we have election of board officers, and since there is no board chair yet, I will start off the meeting. But I will start off the meeting first by saying the Pledge of Allegiance, which is where the flag?
It's over here.
Okay. We'll wait for a minute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Before we get into our next agenda item, I would like to just go around and do a roll call and folks introduce themselves and where they're from. And we have a new member today, Stacy, and a couple of fairly new members. So I'd like to go around and be able to see that. And it's nice to see Brian still here.
I'm back.
We'll start off with Brian then.
I'm Brian Vashon from Middlesex.
Lachlan Francis from Putney.
Sean Mariola from Beddington.
Laura Harris from Williston.
Armando Villaseca, Secretary.
Stephen Morris from Newfane.
Krista Hewling from Jeffersonville.
Stacy Weinberger from Burlington.
Bonnie Johnson-Aiton from Montpelier.
Bill Mathis, Goshen.
Great. And we'll have, I appreciate both of you guys volunteering to serve on the board. This is a wonderful opportunity to really work on future direction of education and sort of this whole new world that we're all working under. At this point, I would like to get to the election of officers, and we would start off by chair. We have
I'll
any?
nominate Steve Morris for chair.
Good. I didn't quite get it out, but thank you. We have Stephen Morris. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Bonnie Johnson-Aiton. Any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Good. Mr. Morris?
Oh.
Turn it back over to you. That wasn't
Thank you.
That was pretty
No, that's one of the easier re-elections I've ever gone through. Thank you all for your support, and I look forward to working with everyone in the next year. The next order of business is to select a vice chair for the coming year. Bill?
Mr. Chairman, before I make a motion, I'd like to propose that we have two vice chairs for the coming year. And I think that would take a motion to have two vice chairs. And my thinking here is to nominate Sean Marie and also Lachlan Francis, our student rep, as a co-chair for next year. But motion one would come before motion two, our nominations.
So you're moving then that for the ensuing year that the board have two vice chairs, co-vice chairs, as opposed to the one that's called for. And
That's correct.
right. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. And there's some historical precedent for this. I think when I first came on the board, there were co-chairs, co-vice chairs as well. So and I would point out that, one of our priorities is to make sure that there's student representation on school boards, not only here, but statewide, and that this would certainly, I suppose I'm out of order speaking in favor of the motion, but not hearing anyone objecting, I would point out that this probably strengthens that position. Any other discussion on this motion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and we shall have two co-vice chairs for the ensuing year. So nominations are in order.
I nominate the two people I mentioned, Sean Marie and Lachlan.
Is there a second to those nominations?
I'll second.
And seconded by Bonnie. Are there any other nominations? Not hearing any, I will call for a vote. All those in favor of electing Sean Marie and Lachlan as co-vice chairs for the year say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the ayes have it, so we have two vice chairs, and congratulations.
Congratulations.
I don't really expect to do much because you don't miss a meeting, Stephen. You're good backup, though.
And just a point of clarification, since Lachlan doesn't take officially become a voting member until July 1st, we really only have one through the rest of this year, with then July 1, I'm assuming that's the date that there's a transition from a non-voting member to a voting member. So in the meantime, I think, Shamari, you are the vice chair with a co-vice chair who's not voting yet. Just to clarify the,
Well, I think the way it would work, in the event, and I don't plan on missing a meeting, but in the event that I missed a meeting, then Sean Marie, between now and June, would
That's right.
would preside.
that's right. And it doesn't mean that
And
he,
after that, they'd have to fight it out to see who presides.
and I don't think, realistically, it doesn't mean that they can't have a conversation, that he can't act to a certain extent in that role, but
Right.
officially, it doesn't happen until, again, I'm assuming July 1. Carol, is the date of the transition? Okay.
Stephen?
Yes.
I totally agree with Bill that I think the more student involvement we have and the more modeling we do of student involvement, the better. And so I would have supported him solely as vice chair, but knew there might have been some complications or some, so.
Yeah, there was some conversations prior to the meeting that if Lachlan had been elected the sole vice chair, in the event that I wasn't here, he really couldn't preside because he didn't have a vote in the case of a tie vote. Not that we have many tie votes here.
Have we had any?
Not in my tenure.
We have new members, you never know.
I know.
That's right.
And we're not sure you're under control either, so.
Not at all, don't expect it. I've been trying to fool you for a couple of months.
Are there announcements from board members? Bill?
Couple of things. I did participate in a NASB conference call, and also NASB has come out with a flyer you may have seen in terms of its meeting with Arnie Duncan. But one of the things that was there is don't expect reauthorization of ESEA anytime soon. Congress seems to be sort of frozen down there. And I just don't see education coming to the forefront, even though I do know Armando has talked with Senator Sanders and been working on some pieces there. Some of the things he mentioned is Arnie Duncan is holding on tight to the turnaround strategy, which I'm not so sure is in the best interest of Vermont, because he wants to narrow the turnaround strategies for schools who are not making the scores as fast as they like. And also he continues to push teacher evaluation. I did attend the American Association for Education Policy and Finance meeting and spent a lot of time working with the teacher evaluation people who've done the MET study, which Gates has funded. And that's somewhat worrisome in that people across the research spectrum say the policies got out ahead of the research, and there's a lot of things happening in states adopting test-based teacher evaluation, which just doesn't have any real strong research foundation, and people are saying this is a real disconnect. That's my announcements, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yes.
Just quickly, the day after I met you, I actually left for Germany with students for 3 weeks on the international exchange program at South Burlington High School. And it's the longest exchange between an American school and a German school. And so we're there for 3 weeks. And just wanted to, just very quickly, I really appreciate going to their system and observing, teaching, and talking to the administrators. And just interesting that in their system, administrators are also teachers. So every principal has to teach at least one class. And I just found that an interesting model, and it kept the principal involved in what was going on in the classroom. Also, just the idea that this time for travel for students was really invaluable in just the life lessons that they learned. And then just talking to students, we had a 3-hour train ride. I talked to one student at length about her education. And one of the things that really came up actually was math, was that she took AP Calculus as a junior, got a 4, but then there was no class left for her at the school after that. So as a senior, she's not taking math, even though she wants to go on and take a math class, just because there wasn't enough students at her level. So it just made me think about those upper level students, especially in math, and pushing them, making sure that there's those opportunities. So just 3 weeks of travel. So.
Thank you. Other members of the board that have comments? Jean Marie?
I did go to the VSBA and the VSA presentation where there were a number of students presenting everything from poetry to their experience outside of the classroom, their online experiences. And the presentations were facilitated by my co-chair, who can also probably speak a little more about the events.
Yeah, so the event was the celebration of public education, took place at the State House on, can't remember the exact date, but I, along with some other students, presented about some things going on right now in Vermont education and what the VSBA and the VSA are really trying to move in terms of project-based learning. I know Cabot School, as well as St. Albans City School and some other, did some very interesting presentations, and we were lucky enough to have contestants from Poetry Out Loud come along and recite some poetry, so that went well. Also, I participated at the VSBA event on Friday last week, discussing how we can get more students involved in local school boards, in addition to serving on the state board.
Thank you. Other comments? Not, we will move on. I just want to say, as you know from the agenda, the governor is scheduled to be here at 10 o'clock. He may be running a little late, but it's my intention that wherever we are on the agenda, when he enters the room, we'll stop there and realizing that his time is precious, and we'll move to that part of the agenda. Are there members of the public that wish to be heard this morning? Yes.
Hi, I'm Martha Allen.
Would you please come up, Martha?
Just briefly, Martha Allen, President of Vermont NEA, and I thought I'd let you know that we have started, opened the survey. Our Tell Vermont survey started yesterday until April 19th, and all teachers and para-educators and principals are being asked to take the survey, which is on working conditions in their schools. And we're really looking to get some great data from that on school effectiveness. And hopefully, each school will have a 40% return rate. So right now, we're working with our folks to make sure we've ironed out all the glitches, and hopefully we'll have a lot of participation this year. And this is our second survey. Our first one was in 2009. And if you'd like to find out more about it, you can go on the website, which is Tell, T-E-L-L, Vermont.org. And it also has in the history section the results of the 2009 survey. So that has all kinds of detail on it. But we're very excited about working with the Agency of Education and the Governor's Office with this. So hopefully we'll be able to use this data, and I think that the State Board of Ed will be interested in looking at the results. Then they'll come out initially in about 5 weeks after the survey, and then later on in the end of this year and maybe the beginning of next, there'll be reports once the data has been compiled and information from the Agency of Education on graduation and that kind of stuff, and attendance, and all of those data will be incorporated into the data from the survey. So anyway, I just thought I'd let you know that we're very excited about it, and keep your eyes on it.
Well, thank you, and I think that when the survey is complete and the information is tabulated, it would be very helpful. I don't know if it's the agency or if you would like to make a presentation to the board, but I think that would be very informative for the board.
Certainly, maybe in the fall, or I don't know.
How long does it take, Martha, for the?
It's about 5 weeks. The survey stops April 19th, so it's from yesterday until April 19th. So that's into June.
And then it takes for the tabulation of the results? So-
Well, the results are there. They'll be online for you to look at.
Oh, okay.
And then but the new teacher center who does this survey will then put together certain reports and have an executive summary and a whole long comparing all of the data. And that takes quite a bit of time, so that'll be the rest of the fall.
So that's what you're saying, sometime in the fall, maybe coming back to the board then?
Yeah,
Sean,
whichever.
right?
I can come back before those reports are finished.
Okay.
Well, I'll leave that up to you, when you think it
Right.
would be appropriate,
Okay.
and obviously, contact the boss, Carol King, and make sure it's on the agenda.
All right,
Martha, do you disaggregate the paras from the certified teachers?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And the last survey, we had every category of support professionals in the survey, and this time it's just paras, because we discovered that the questions really were geared more toward classroom work. So,
So could it be any level of paras, like intensive needs paras,
yes,
you know, all
yes,
the?
yes. Everybody has a code, it's totally anonymous, but when you log on, then you check what you do. And then if you have a 40% return rate from your school, and your school is over 5 employees, how many do we need? 6, 10? More than 5 employees in order to have your school be separated as a school.
So if you have 140 para-educators,
Oh,
then,
it's a lot.
well, they're employed by the supervisory
And you have
union.
40% of return rate in that school,
It
then.
would have to be 40% of those
Yes,
130.
in order to make the data valid. But if you can't, if your school.
Same with teachers, if you have 350 teachers?
Yes, you need 40%.
But it's per school, not per district.
Right, if your school doesn't make the 40%, then, but the district does, you'll be able to see district results. Everyone will see state results, district results, and school results, separate, para and teacher separated, if there's a 40%. So that's what we're striving for right now, and getting people to find their codes. And
Bill?
Krista, have you done yours?
Quick question,
doing it
did
just-
you,
I'm doing it as a faculty meeting tomorrow.
Okay.
So the whole faculty is doing it together.
Great.
I was just going to ask if time was
did you use any questions from the Metropolitan Life Annual Teacher Survey so that we could crosswalk to the national survey data?
I will defer to Sherry on that. Sherry, did we use any?
I would suspect that the new teaching center, who really develops the survey, we don't develop it. So it's, highly has developing millions of responses so far, national. I suspect that they have already done the alignment to the metropolitan. But I certainly can pose that question. Is that your question, is if there's been
Well, I was just curious, I don't know if we have a Vermont breakout of the Met's teacher survey data by Vermont, and if we had some commonality of items, we could crosswalk it some. That would be nice, but
You can ask the teacher to do that for us. That's part of our contract, is to do reports that will help us. It has been aligned to the Green Mountain STAR tool that the agency is using for the 101 schools.
Okay.
For the school effectiveness. So we do those kinds of alignments. I can ask that question, though.
yeah, I'd be curious, it's not a big.
Other questions? Thank you, Martha.
Thank you.
Are there other members of the public that wish to be heard? Yes, sir. Mr. Francis.
I'm Jeffrey Francis. I'm the Executive Director of the Vermont Superintendent's Association. At the last meeting, I spoke about the upcoming conference of the Vermont Council of Special Ed Administrators and the Vermont Superintendent's Association, which is scheduled for May 23rd and May 24th at the Lake Maury Resort. I wanted to just brief you on how that conference is coming along and let you know that you'll all get invitations. The conference is titled Vermont Achieving a World-Class Education System, and it's intended to respond to the recently completed Agenda for a World-Class Education System that was the subject of our press conference on January 15th. The conference will be in collaboration also with the Vermont School Boards Association, and on Thursday, we are running a symposium-style format that will respond to the themes outlined in the agenda, which are assuring success for every student, supporting a new vision for teaching and learning, engaging and supporting families and communities, delivering and using world-class technology, Providing Effective Leadership for the Transformation of Education. The symposium will feature 6 speakers who will address the entire conference. And those speakers are Dr. Stephen Tozer, who's the director of the Center for Urban Education Leadership at the University of Illinois at Chicago. He'll speak on leadership for achieving 21st century learning. Bob Goodman from the New Jersey Center for Teaching and Learning. Mr. Goodman will speak on strategies for improving student achievement in science and mathematics. Dr. Karen Mapp is the director of the Education Policy and Management Program at Harvard University's Graduate School of Education. She'll speak on the subject of forging strong partnerships among schools, families, and communities. Keith Kruger is the CEO for the Consortium of School Networking. Mr. Kruger will speak on the topic leveraging technology to realize engaging learning environments. And Joan Kelly, who is a research associate for the Harvard Graduate School of Education Program for Language Diversity and Literacy Development, will speak on design and implementation of effective literacy programs. And we also have, coming that day, Dr. Barry Bluestone, who is the Russell B. and Andre B. Stearns trustee and the professor of political economy at Northeastern University, who will speak on collaborative approaches to labor management reform in education. So what we're trying to do is provide a complement of speakers who will address the entire theme of our agenda. We're hoping for a great turnout at that conference. And finally, on Wednesday evening, we are running a 4 or 5 hour session specifically for superintendents and school board chairs to try to prepare them as teams for the changing dynamics in public education. So this is a reflection of the fact that we're serious about advancing the agenda that we have set forward, and this symposium is just one approach to that work. So I wanted to let you all know about it and invite you all to come. So
Thank you.
thank you. Any questions?
May 23rd,
Thanks.
24th.
Other members of the public that wish to be heard? Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. There are 3 items on the consent agenda.
Bill, did you want something pulled from the consent agenda?
Yes, I'd sent an email out on Friday requesting that the register be taken off the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion for the consent agenda minus 2.
Sean Marie has moved approval of the consent agenda for items 1, the minutes, and number 3, the independent school actions. Is there a second to that motion? It's been seconded. Any discussion on the consent agenda? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. And the ayes have it, and those 2 items have been approved. School registration adjustments,
I'll make a motion to accept the school register adjustments.
been moved. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Bill has seconded that the proposed school register adjustments be approved. Is there discussion? Bill?
Yes, I don't want to belabor this, and I'd sent out some email questions, which basically was asking, what's the cost? Is this really a continuation of what we've had before? How much time is it going to take? How do we protect the privacy, and so forth? So I suppose if Armando or his staff wanted to address those kinds of questions briefly.
Yes,
Would be
Bill Talbot
appreciated.
will address those.
Do you need the questions?
Let me just speak generally, and then if you want to probe deeper, I'm happy to do what I can. Brian Townsend was was preparing your questions this weekend, but he's been out sick yesterday and today, so I'm standing in for him. But this is updating, the register was, you may recall, we used to send out this acid-free paper, because it's done for a long time. We're trying to move into the digital world, so this is updating the register into that. It does require districts to do it electronically. Should there be a case where a district doesn't, and we don't know that there are any, Brian couldn't think of any this morning when I spoke with him, but we can accommodate them, and we will. The other piece is the SECT, S-E-C-T.
Yes.
I can't think of the
Student,
S. Educator Course
Student
Transcript.
educational,
Student. Student Educator Course Transcript collection
yes.
that we started this spring is incorporated into the register. We hope this will facilitate that collection, which we're required to do under federal law. And we don't anticipate any cost involved. This is just really updating where we are. The actual statute in 16 VSA 1321 is also being updated to reflect the digital nature of things rather than the paper nature.
Yeah, I saw that in the bills. Wanted to ask the cost question for the simple reason that there's a lot of talk under the dome about the high cost of education.
Yeah.
And if we're asking local districts to train people by computers, who provides the software? You provide the
Well,
software?
this is their student information software they're already using.
Yeah,
And so those are systems they'll have. There's one main system that many districts have, but there's also the remainder that use many different types of software, but it's their choice, whichever one they use, and they do purchase that on their own. We do not purchase it for them. This is not anticipated to require them to purchase new software. This just allows them to use that software to do this register rather than require that they do it on the paper forms.
training and privacy.
Privacy, I mean, privacy is everything we do. We have to protect our databases. We do security audits to make sure that they're okay. And so that, that's all built into this.
Okay, how do you train, you know how this works, is that this all rolls downhill to some court
Yes.
during the summer.
Yes.
And training these people and making sure you have quality control is an important kind of thing for, otherwise your data is.
We understand.
but it's really taking the data right off their system.
We do trainings, and our DMAT, D-M-A-T, Data Management and something. Sorry, are those folks who are responsible for this do conduct trainings around the state and work with, thank you. Is that Jill? Oh, Carol, thank you. So we actually do trainings. But in general, it's the school staff knowing how to use their systems. I don't think we're telling them to use them all that much differently. The real difference would be in the SECT collection. And I think this would be the second year. The first year was last year we did that, and so we've been through most of that already.
That's where we collected the courses for each student by
Yes.
name.
Student educator course
and
transcript.
grades
Yes.
and all of this.
Yeah, that's as a requirement of the American
accepted the
Recovery
ARA money for-
Reinvestment Act money.
How'd it go?
Actually, I think it went very well. We're happy with it. We have, the woman who was in charge of it left us and took a job in the healthcare world with the
Say
state.
that with such emphasis.
Well, it's because it was
a
bad
huge
timing,
loss.
but she, and so actually, and we've navigated the maze of the state HR system to bring her back to work with us as well as in her new job, and she's agreed to do that. So she will be putting together the information on the first collection, which we would have hoped to have out by now, but because of that vacancy, we were delayed. But we will be getting that together.
We're a year delayed from the rest of the country on this. We didn't implement it till this year.
Did wait a
It was
year.
requirement
Yes.
the previous year.
I just have a quick question with the data that was collected for grade-wise. Just because I've worked at different schools, and what failing means is schools are different. So when you get the grades, are they just that they have the letter grade?
Most schools entered it as pass-fail.
Okay. And because I know I worked at one school and failing was, where I work currently, you have to get 59, and one was 65, so that's not
Those are
recorded.
69.
It's one of the real challenges in doing a collection like this. The course descriptions are another one. Algebra in one school is not is the same algebra that's in another school. There are standards. We are working with people, and we know that this will get better as we go along. But those are good questions, and we'll just try to work through them as we get to them.
Is that something that needs to be added to this register then? Because it lists that there are the codes for the different letters and.
There is a pass-fail as well.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
There is one.
There is?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't say like what those actually mean.
It's up to the individual schools to determine what they pass or fail. And
Okay.
at least some of the studies we've seen, doesn't matter if you put it at 50, at 60, or at 70,
The rates are the same?
the rates are pretty much the same.
Okay.
Yes.
And what
Thank you
is,
for covering on that one, boss.
what is this document? It's not a rule, I guess.
No, the law 1321 says with approval of the state board, So we've come to you every few years with updates of the register.
What it looks like while Bill's looking for the law is this big green book that typically the secretary or the registrar or somebody at the school has to fill out manually for every student. Then it's put in a big 3-ring binder, and then it's sent to the town clerk's office or wherever, who complain adamantly about all these years of, Peter, right,
It says, so the law says, with the approval of the State Board of Education, the commissioner, which will be changed to secretary, shall prescribe and procure forms for a school register. So today, we're seeking your approval of the changes that you see before you.
Are there other questions or comments, Sean Marie?
I just have a question. Again, it's on page 14, and it has to do with the descriptions. I think this is probably an Armando question.
Good.
So, under the course level, you have advanced, basic or remedial, enriched, general, honors, post-secondary, and no specific rigor. No specified rigor. And then under that X, it says that some courses at the elementary are middle level, so that wouldn't apply to high school. But in some schools, you have a college track, an advanced track, and a regular track. So I'm just, did somebody through whatever organization you do, sort of go over what your end thought these things meant?
They have all of these things. There are certain requirements that they have to meet in order to call a class. Let's just use Algebra 1 as a simple one. That if you want to call something Algebra 1, so that there's some consistency, they all need to meet certain things. The individual school's determination about what's an honors, AP, or whatever, those are individual schools' decisions that we're not necessarily dictating to them. Because again, there has to be some autonomy for the local schools to be able to list what is an honors class at South Burlington and an honors class at CVU. It's up to those two schools to check those boxes.
So a general class, I would assume, would just be a base, well, I guess I won't go into it. I'll go ask my principal.
Okay, Stacy?
I was just wondering, for all the early childhood providers who collaborate with the schools, who are required to fill out the same paperwork, who do it all manually, is there thought or consideration about sharing the digital capacity with all those early childhood providers?
That's a great question. A lot of the early child care providers are private providers, and so, I mean, there's a lot of work to be done there, and we're not all there yet.
But there is, I was at a BBF council meeting yesterday, and the BBF does have a data collection, yes, that is going to have much of that.
Sync.
And it's, well, Stacy, in the best of worlds, it's supposed to sync, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because the goal is, if you don't, for those of you who are not aware, was to start looking at patterns of students from pre-K to see who went to high-quality childcare versus don't, or preschools, and then look through the system so that we could start making some improvements, changes, or whatever it is to the system, looking at longitudinal data. So the first year, and I think, Bill, you asked a question about the SEC data, that first year is really just going to be a baseline, and it may probably take a second year to really form a more solid baseline, and then look at that progress through. Quite often, you all, myself included, and legislators are frustrated because we can't give them some basic information about what's happening in schools. Well, we've never had a system that allowed us to look at, how many children who graduate from high school who go on to post-secondary education also attended high-quality preschool. Mm-hmm. We don't have that information. Now, it'll be a while for that information to work its way through, but those are the type of things that then start providing more justification for investments in particular areas, and using preschool and early childhood as one of those examples.
Other comments or questions? If
One
not,
quick
Bill?
comment. In terms of those codes that Sean Marie was going over, and I'm thinking about multiple pathways, and if this thing gets going much and the ball gets rolling on this, which I certainly hope that it does, are we collecting the data in the right kind of way that we can adjust this? Because I sort of see multiple pathways as having a huge variety of options away from the tracking kinds of things that we were talking about. And I'm just wondering if we're collecting the data in a flexible enough way.
Bill, I think that question is $1 million question. This is our first year of doing it. I think that the goal is to grow into this, because right now I think what the federal government was trying to do was trying to get some sort of framework that would provide us. what we've also heard from the folks is that there are interpretations, and let's use, in a high school that may have a joint social studies English class.
Humanities.
There are ways that they can incorporate that into the class so it doesn't show up as just English or social studies, or maybe it does, depending on how the school grades. But it's that evolution of applied learning, of proficiency-based instruction, how does this work in that world? And I think it can work, particularly if once we truly get to that whole fully implemented proficiency world, this would have to change, because if not, it's very much, what's the word I'm looking for, siloed.
Yeah, I just wouldn't want to box ourselves in for down the road a bit.
Just to speak to that, I'm actually a humanities teacher, and for our 2 humanities classes, we actually have 8 separate grade books. So it's kind of a nightmare. So within the class, you have an English section, history,
Right.
because they have to be separated so they
Right.
get credit.
Right.
And then, so they get separated, and plus we have an embedded honors option. So yeah, 8 grade books for 2 classes.
But
just
those are
to
local
fit into the
decisions
system.
made by the school of how they want to handle that.
Right, and like how you show that you have an
Right.
English credit and a history credit,
Right,
so.
right.
Okay, so the question before the board is, shall we approve the revised school register? Any other comments? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the new school registration adjustments have been adopted.
And just to make it, of course, the first year, there will be some 2 steps forward, 1 step back with some of these things. But I think after a couple of years, it will be much smoother. And also, right now, having been a principal or superintendent that had to go to town clerk's office and find a register from several years back and then look it up, this should make that, that ability for school districts and school personnel to access information a lot easier. And at least talking to the town clerk, one of the town clerks in a town not to be named, they were very happy because their safe was full. Safe. You know, the safe was, the vault, excuse me. Yes.
Okay, the chair doesn't have much of a report. In the interest of time, I was going to give you a detailed version of the educational thoughts I had on all my bike rides in the South this winter, but I'm not sure you need to hear that, so we'll move on to the secretary's report.
You can save them for us.
And all kidding aside, Stephen, I did bother Stephen a fair amount. Carol might have bothered him more, but I was part of that as well, while he was in Florida. And he was always more than gracious and willing to stop whatever he was doing to be able to talk to us.
I got off my bike several times for many people in this room when I got a call. Right, Ally?
We have to get him a Bluetooth, don't we, Ally, so he can bike and, just a couple of things. I just got returned from, John Fisher and I just returned from Washington meeting with the CCSSO, which is our organization, at our annual spring conference, which is the legislative conference. Did have a chance to meet with Senator Sanders and folks from his staff who are trying to secure language that would be beneficial to Vermont and other states as well, particularly around the sequestration, which I'll address in a minute, or as they're calling it, the Budget Control Act, BCA. But Senator Sanders has been very supportive of the work we're doing, and it does look like the senator, when Senator Tom Harkin retires in another year, that Senator Sanders will take on a much more prominent role. Not that he doesn't have a prominent role right now, but a more prominent role on the Senate Education Health Committee. The senator is very concerned right now, and maybe at another meeting we can talk about REAP, the Rural Education Act, which provides money to rural states. Unfortunately, the way Vermont is set up with our supervisory unions and our school districts, we get a total of $700 some odd, I think, one of the districts receives. No, we don't get a whole lot of money from them, where New Hampshire gets several million or close to that. So one of the things that the way our setup is, because everything comes to the SU office, it doesn't necessarily meet the criteria that the feds had looking at around some of the rural benefits. We'll do something a little bit more detailed down the road, but he's trying to change that. So if we did move into the REAP right now, we would lose Title I funds, where we don't want to lose the Title I funds because it's a greater loss than we would gain. What the senator is diligently working on is trying to change the language or change the way a rural district is identified that would incorporate our SU structure. So that's one of the areas, as well as meeting with the secretary around ESEA reauthorization and other things that seem to be, as Bill mentioned earlier, not on the fast track. We did hear from Senator Lamar Alexander and Senator Tom Harkin. Tom Harkin is the chair of that committee, about some of the work they're trying to do to make the reauthorization bill at least be brought up to a vote. They're hoping to have a vote brought up next fall, because as we know, the 2014-15 school year is or 2014 is when ESEA reauthorization, or the ESEA bill was supposed to have sunsetted. Never intended to be where we are today, however, but the gridlock and the paralyzation in Washington has forced, whether we agree with it or not, the secretary to do some things like providing some waivers to give some relief to schools, even though we didn't necessarily apply for a waiver successfully. We did apply, and then on 2 separate occasions, and then because they were unwilling to make some concessions for us, we then pulled our waiver application. The question, and I think somebody asked this in one of the emails, was what happens in 2014 if the ESEA is not reauthorized? Good question. We have not been able to get a straight answer.
Hadn't it been expired already for several years?
My understanding is a 2014 bill. That's my...
Really?
I thought it was earlier, too.
Yeah, I thought we were working on extensions or the equivalent of continuing resolution.
Is when, right, that's the level, all students, right, right.
And then we're done.
Was the goal of
Oh.
No Child Left
Yes.
Behind?
You know.
Oh,
14
It's been extended because what I'm looking at is that 14 school year when all the schools are supposed to be meeting standards. Then what happens? That's the question that we have not been able to get a definitive answer on, because there's still hope, I think, by some, that there will be a reauthorization sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. And it can be. There actually is not as much disagreement between the Democrats and the Republicans around some of these particular points. There are some issues, but others are not. And our goal, and continues to be our goal, and we talked about it with the Secretary, was to get away from a single measure determining the success or failure of a child, school, state, whatever. He is very, and again, he would really, he appreciates the work that states have done to have multiple measures, but when it comes right down to it, those multiple measures are only for state accountability, not for federal accountability. And our position is that to have 2 accountability systems makes it too complicated and difficult for schools to try to really set up programs that are all working the same direction. So that's a that will continue. I know that at least the House and Senate Ed members are not crazy about using a single measure, that they would like to see multiple measures. Right now we have graduation rates and kneecap scores for Vermont. Could we use other things? And we're in Vermont looking at, in our own, what we're trying to promote is looking at the type of courses students are taking, and are they reaching the highest level course, regardless of what the level of their school reaches. Looking at children who've attended high-quality preschool, looking at those the number of students participating in work-based learning, internships, continuing their education is another area. So those are all things that we're looking to incorporate into our accountability system that's really looking at a much more holistic approach to what a successful student, school, state is in education, as opposed to just a single measure based on one assessment. So that the ESEA we'll hear more. And the concern that many of us have, and I think there are about a dozen of us who have not either been granted or applied for a waiver, the waiver for those states that have applied buys them some time and allows them to do some things that we're not going to be doing because we did not apply for a waiver. So it's really what happens to those 12 or so states that have not been granted waivers and who, or maybe waiting to hear about what their, what the decision is about their waivers, because we're much more on the front line. The challenge right now is that the Secretary is also looking at school district waivers, which we're, as an organization, not supportive of that. And there's one right now. It'll be interesting to hear what he does. In California, the state did not go for a waiver. They had some concerns, as we did, about the assessment model and what to use to gauge the success of schools. So now, several school districts with a total of over 1 million students have applied for a waiver, district waiver. And the concern there is that if the Secretary says yes to a school district waiver, then who will oversee that? Because now you have a school district that may have a different accountability system than the state, which would be convoluted, and at that point, our discussion would be that the federal government would then have to take on the role of being the oversight for that particular district, because the state is in a separate, using a separate accountability. And what happens if the state accountability says X, but the district one goes in a different direction? There are just too many variables for that. But we'll hear in the next couple of weeks whether there are going to be district waivers or not.
Aside from certain constitutional problems that might cause, there's some talk that they would do less of these, California districts would do less standardized testing.
That is one of their, actually, that's one of the things, when we had, our initial proposal was to do standardized testing every other year. What the California waiver is looking at is that it will be an exit assessment at the end of whatever the school ends. So if it's a K-6 school, the students take an assessment in 6th grade. If it's a K-3 school, K-8, which goes much further than our every other year waiver request. So so obviously that, from the federal perspective, that will be an issue for them. And they're also, some of these states are looking to merge all of their subgroups as a way of looking at not falling under the current requirements that every subgroup has to be individual, as long as they meet a certain number, that N number. So what they're doing is looking at to lump them in together in some areas, which is also a concern for particularly the federal government.
Can I just ask a clarifying question?
Yeah.
So right now, you have the all-student group, and a lot of times in larger school districts, the all-student group will make that AYP. Are you saying that you would take the subgroups and they would be one group and not be part of the all, or they're asking for the subgroups to just be part of the all?
Sean Marie, I haven't spent a whole lot of time on that because that's not something we're looking at. But I think that what California was, and other states that have received waivers, they have lumped them together. They do have, they still can break them down into individual subgroups, but I think they're looking at them as a group, as opposed to poverty, IEP, and the different categories. But again, I didn't spend a whole lot of time on the details of their proposals. So the reauthorization of ESEA is coming, and I'm going to go quickly because more immediately is the sequestration, which will not impact us in the current year we're in, but will have an impact in the coming year. Bill, none of us really have the final details because they're still working some of those things out, but it looks like it will be about a 5% reduction in the 4 major areas of Title I, Title II, IDEA, which is Special Education Part B, the ESEA, support for schools, school improvement. There's a piece around the nutrition, not in education, but from ag, as well as career and technical education. Perkins money would also be reduced. In a couple of the areas, and Bill, you might be a little bit have clear, but at least in Title I, we will not be receiving the 5% reduction that is being used across the board, because we're at a small state minimum. So we would be about a 3.5% reduction. One of the things so that's good news in the bad news world, I guess. One of the impacts that it has on the agency is that a lot of the money that we used for providing support for schools, for giving, how much, Bill? $1 and change that we give to schools for hiring coaches and for school improvement?
Yes, it's a little over $1 million.
A little over $1 million that we provide for school districts to hire coaches for their improvement, for their effectiveness work will be pretty much gone, which then means that from our perspective, it really takes a fair amount of resources that we use to provide to schools to help them with their plans. That would have a major impact on our ability to provide support for schools and work with schools. What would end up happening is that we would have to take all of the schools that we're working on and really limit to the maybe 5 or 10 most schools that may need the most support, who may be on, we have schools that are on school improvement 7, 8, 9 years, and we would probably focus our efforts on those schools and not on many of the other ones who could use our support, or who may be asking for our support, whether it's financial or personnel-wise, to work on their school effectiveness plans.
And what does this 5% equal in dollars?
Looks like about a little over $4 million.
And so what's the plan? I mean, that's obviously a substantial cut to the agency budget.
Yes, most of it actually affects the grants. So
The grants that we give out to schools.
For the IDEA, that's special education, we know that they have carry forward available so they can cover it for a year. Title I is a problem. I mean,
But they also have there's also many of our districts have carryover money which they can use.
too, I mean, so that buys time, but this is a 10-year proposition, not just a 1-year cut. I mean, they're not gonna keep cutting, but it could last for 10 years, so it'll just require adjustments. I mean, we're talking about $1.4 billion in total, so it's not a huge amount, but some of it's on the margin, and so it does matter. All I know is that people will have to be just looking at ways to, do with less.
So it's all, from the agency's point of view, it's external. It's not going to affect the operation of the agency.
I
It's
don't
going
know
to
all the
affect
answers
the
yet.
operations of schools.
Wait a minute, let me go there.
I don't know all the answers yet, but I know in the IDEA that the administration piece is fixed, and also for Title I, the administration piece is fixed, so I'm not terribly, and Perkins, the current tech ed, we're a small state minimum, so I think as far as the department goes, we're okay. And most of the impact is on the grants we send to school districts.
I was going to ask you this question later when we discuss the board's finances, but I noticed that the way that the funding for the board, most of it comes from federal funds. So I guess my first question is why?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that's all gone now.
Thank you for coming here on your own time.
No, those are federal indirects. We are allowed to keep a portion of the administration, portion of each grant to cover overhead costs. You should be general fund. A few years ago, when we were short of general fund, we moved it to indirects. We will move it back to general fund. It's just, this is the first year where you're half old and half new, and haven't made that change yet, but you will be reflected as general fund in the future.
And Stephen, one of the pieces, because again, the main concern we have is the impact on the local districts who are trying to work on plans that they've developed, and by hiring coaches, by hiring folks to come in and work with them, that provides them a wonderful resource. The problem with the title funds right now is the way it was determined at the federal level is that we're allowed to hold back 4%.
Yes.
And that's the money that we use to give out to schools for school improvement. The new sequestration law, and this is where we're still getting some clarification, and that if any district took a reduction in their Title I funds, before we can hold back our 4%, we need to disperse that to provide as little impact as possible on the schools. It would be a small amount for the schools, because when you divide our amount between the entire state, we're really, for us, it's substantial, but for the districts, it's not. But nevertheless, that's the money that we've been using to provide schools for them to be able to use. There's still some negotiations about will the state education agencies still be able to withhold that 4%, minus the sequestration amount, of course, of whatever the 5% is, but that would still allow us to contract out, for districts to contract out for their own school support.
So have you alerted the Appropriations Committee and adjusted your budget requests?
No, we have not. We're still waiting to get actual numbers.
don't
We are
have a
working with the administration to give them the information they want. I have an outstanding form I have to send them, actually. But we're still trying to get the actual numbers. See, the reduction came in the appropriations that the U.S. Department of Education gets, and then it distributes it to the states. There's an allocation formula that changes every year based on updated census data. So our numbers are going up and down a little bit anyway, and so you put this on top of it. So their pot was reduced by 5%. What we get may be more or less than that. So far, it looks like it's been a little bit less than that in some cases and slightly more in others than the 5%.
But Stephen, to your point, we have still not been given definitive information about how this will impact all of the programs, since there's still a lot of negotiations going on and things trying to be done in the background that could impact this. So we're still a little bit, not in the dark, but we're not able to know exactly what all these mean. Now, I know that the Superintendent's Association, the Principals Association, and others, both at the national level, have been providing information to school districts about what this means, but even their information, their guidance can only be, it's guidance with an asterisk.
The joke inside is that the people who give us that information from US to Ed are on furlough, but not true, but feels like it.
But again, I think that the question is, this will have a definite impact on schools. There's no question about it. When you look at IDA, when you look at ESEA funds, when you look at Perkins, all of these things are will have an impact on our schools. And I think the bigger question, which not necessarily the board's prerogative or area, is how do we support districts looking at, red formations and other ways that we can find savings, but ultimately provide more and better opportunities for kids by looking at our system. When we talk about finances, we seem to keep that large elephant outside and never really discuss what it means in this new world of a statewide property tax system, a system that we're all paying for everybody else's decisions. But we still operate like we did in the turn of the century, 20th century.
And I assume, given the state's finances, that there's probably not a willingness or an ability to make up for some of this loss for state funding for the local schools.
Not that I have heard. And the House is going to be working on the budget bill on Wednesday, on the full House, and they haven't made no adjustments. In special education, that's, of course, an entitlement, and those services have to be provided. So if the shortfall in the federal funding were significant enough, it'd just be made up through the Act 68, through the state system.
Wouldn't the local districts have the same kind of problem? We're talking about funds that would affect people this fall, right?
Yeah.
And so the
October's a
local
lot, right, yeah.
Well, it starts July 1 for us.
Yes, July 1, but then,
Okay, but what that means that the budgets that were just approved by the voters last month, all of a sudden they've got staff that they promised for next year, which all of a sudden there won't be funding support for those positions.
We
correct?
know that many of the districts have been anticipating this and have been booking reductions in advance. I don't know if that's true for all of them, but the business managers we talked to have been telling us they are preparing for this.
Well, obviously, once you know the numbers, we would encourage you to alert the school districts of what the actual reductions
we've
were.
been, Stephen,
If that's not an inappropriate comment under the new hierarchy
We
here.
understand,
and
we understand
we've
the
been careful what
concern.
to send out. I've been wanting to send something out, but I don't want to send something out that is not inaccurate, but maybe not complete, and so we've been having this internal conversation for weeks and weeks about how to provide people some additional guidance, and until we get that guidance, it's somewhat, it would be a little bit difficult for us to send something out.
Stephen?
Yes.
Is this more comprehensive than the couple areas that you mentioned? I mean, does it hit Medicaid dollars and other sources that districts use, like e-funding? I mean, is it really across the board, or is it in these three specific areas that
Well,
you're talking?
Medicaid is outside of our area, but the conversation I've heard was that Medicaid was one of the protected
That Medicaid,
areas.
yes, they're protected. Because right now, then that would require that our schools take 2 assessments, both the outgoing kneecap as well as the new SBAC. Our justification, and I'm not the only one, I've gotten the other 3 secretaries, 3 of the 4 in New England to agree on this, and now there are some other states as well. And I'm writing a letter to the secretary, and CCSSO is also providing some support, that we're still assessing every, all kids that year, it's just different years. So we'll assess, let's just use 5th graders in the fall during our kneecap of 2014. Those 5th graders then don't get assessed again until the spring of 2015, but we're not missing any grade. So we're able to still say that we are assessing students every year. The secretary's office position is that that's not meeting their requirements.
Can you, I think I missed that. So you will assess them in 2014 in the fall?
No, 2013 in the fall.
2013, got it.
And then
Not until
the
2015 in the spring.
But those 5th graders will now be 6th graders, so no one misses a beat. The challenge for us, Bonnie, right now, and about 12% of our schools did a pilot run on the SBAC over the last few weeks, and some are still doing it, to work out some of the bugs, and there are some bugs, by the way, in the software. Next year, it's because they need to do a baseline and another pilot, they're talking about 60% of the 3rd through 8th graders and 11th graders also taking the assessment, which then means that we'll have 2 assessments for 60% of our kids. They'll be doing the kneecap in the fall and then the SBAC in the spring. And we're trying to work with the federal government, and we'll see about this one, that we don't have to, the students who took the kneecap, who are going to take the 60% who will take the SBAC will not be taking the kneecap. Then we'll have to use that new SBAC as the basis for their accountability, or use the previous year's kneecap scores for the accountability. That one's a little bit less, we haven't really worked that one out, but I know that the folks, there are about, Idaho, ourselves, New Hampshire, Maine, and several other states who are very concerned about this, and we're trying to see if we can eliminate 2 assessments in 1 year for 60% of our kids.
That would be good. Has there been any talk about the lack of alignment between SBAC and kneecaps and what that means for accountability?
The
Detail.
yeah, the alignment, well, it's, at least for the kneecap, for us, the alignment is closer than it is for a lot of other people, but it's not completely aligned. And and the challenge is we're moving into a new standards and jumping from one to the other without really having a chance for the new standards to be implemented and have a chance to be established. We've been arguing that one, Bonnie, for a while, and what the secretary says is just people need to be prepared to see the assessment results drop, because we are now moving to a higher assessment, and that after a few years, that will, the students who are working their way into the higher standards earlier on will then be getting those areas that will be increased in rigor. Will have an opportunity to slowly build that up.
Wait, so that makes sense to me, except for the aspect of the accountability system.
Yes.
Which doesn't match.
And
So-
even, Bonnie, I would even say that what we tried to get the feds to do was to take a 2-year hiatus.
Exactly. That's what
Between,
we're looking for.
but that was not gonna happen.
That's gonna be problematic.
And for us, but for other states, really problematic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who is pushing this and being so rigid about the testing piece?
I think that's the federal government.
Well,
Because the law does say that they have to be annual testing, and I think it would require, if they had reauthorized the SEA, if there had been some more conversations there, that might have been a discussion, Bill, but because nothing's changed, the law continues in place.
And this makes no sense, and which also gets to the cut score and wherever the cut score is, which is something that standards are supposed to be set by the state board.
You know my position on that. I hope that, I don't know if that went to everybody or just to Bill, because
Well, the
about the
thought
cut scores being a
is,
standard.
the question is wherever that standard is set can be realistic, it can be valid, it can be not valid, but it has huge implications for how schools are classified. And whether they're failing or not, we end up in first, second, third in the nation. But then all of a sudden, 70% of the schools fail because somebody set a cut score at some point.
Somebody's us. We're part of that setting the cut score, by the way. There's not an outside. Vermont is one of the governing states. I just voted on some things last week. So we are us, if you will.
We're one of 15 people, but they're not the people with the legal authority.
Bill, I mean, unless the board wants to take this up as an agenda item on the road, my feeling is the board voted on the standards 2 years ago. This is now an assessment component, and we're moving on that, so I never even thought about this coming back to the board for them to review this, because I don't consider this part of these standards. The Common Core standards have been set. It's now, as we work through you're right, what will determine a student who's meeting standards with distinction, whatever it is it's going to be called.
Cutoff score is the standard.
We have a difference of opinion.
No, that's just what happens.
Okay, well, then, my feeling is that the agency is moving forward, and that the standards are set, and that unless the board is going to do something at an agenda item in the future to say that that is not the case, we'll have to see how it goes.
Yeah, I think we need to revisit it, not necessarily today, not necessarily this month or next, but this is an issue of huge importance that we need to revisit.
And Bill, I mean, I don't want you to think that we take this lightly. This is, Michael Hawk, we've had people from the agency / department working on this from day one. And I know you have some concerns. If the rest of the board has concerns, then I think you bring it up as an item to discuss. But right now, my position is that these are the standards, and this is the direction we're moving in. And again, this is the board has that ability. If they want to come back to revisit it, we will. But I'm going to stop right now.
I don't want to prolong that today.
Yeah. I figured you were on now.
It's on a good note.
Yes.
I want to welcome you and express our appreciation in your busy schedule that you have taken time to come here this morning to talk about a very important topic. We realize it's important to you. We listened to your inaugural address, and we refer to you as the education governor, and think that you have initiated a number of things that we find that we have common policies with you, and so we're very encouraged. But thank you for coming here today, and we appreciate your time.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to be here, and I want to start by congratulating you on your landslide reelection, and no recount necessary, I understand. And to the vice chairs, congratulations. That's really exciting. Glad we got a Putney boy on the leadership role here. And welcome to Krista and Stacy. It's great to have you on the board. I'm delighted that you accepted the positions, and also to Laura, who's I haven't seen in a board meeting yet, so it's great to have so much new blood. And I want to thank the Secretary for all his great work in helping us get our education package through. I just want to make a few comments and really want to have more of a dialogue with you than a lecture. But as you know, we have some extraordinary opportunities together. And I have said many times over the last several months that one of the lessons of the privilege of being governor and listening to people is that there's broad consensus in Vermont that we have a great education system, and we have a lot to be proud of. And there's no reason why we can't have the best education system and continue to have a lot to be proud of. And, really, much of what I talked about in the inaugural and the budget and the great work that you all have been doing helping to support me and the Secretary and others in getting our education package through the legislature, and we're making great progress there. The press really hasn't picked that one up. But if you look at what is passing in the legislature, bill by bill, we are getting the changes that we need to get to ensure that we're going to get the results we need. But I'm very optimistic we'll get the package through. But really it boils down to, as you know, the firm belief that we have a prosperous economic future if we play our cards right, and that we don't if we don't. And it all boils down to the work we do in education. I won't talk much about the package because I know you're all familiar with it. I'll tell you the parts that I'm most concerned about in the legislature. It's clear that because of the great work of you and the coalitions, we've never had more consensus, that we're going to, I believe, succeed in our efforts to get the increase for higher ed that are necessary to ensure that we buy down tuition increases. I think in the end we will see us assure that any student who graduates from one of our 4-year degree programs in a STEM field and continues to work here will get a year of free tuition if they choose, and that anyone who gets an associate degree will get a semester of their 4 semesters paid. I think that's all good. I think you'll see us succeed on the dual enrollment and early college, and that's a huge breakthrough. I know Lachlan and other students here are seeing the benefits of that every day. But the notion that we have consensus from the state colleges, from UVM, from the teachers, superintendents, principals, I mean, this is an extraordinary evolution. And that's, I think you'll see us succeed there so that you can literally get a year of college on the current money that we're spending in high school. I think you'll see us succeed on the better attempt to match a student's path to achievement with a very specific plan that gives them the flexibility and the goalposts that they'll need to achieve success in the workforce. What I'm most concerned about right now, frankly, is the funding for early childhood education, because as you know, I proposed the biggest increase in the history of this great state. We know that if we put kids first and invest $1 in early childhood education, we save $7 later on. That's a math equation that's pretty simple. But we also know that we're talking about lives here, and that with all the good work that we've done, equalizing educational financing to ensure that every kid has equal access to resources, we haven't moved the needle in terms of moving low-income kids beyond high school. So the early education piece to me is absolutely critical. It boils down to money in a tough money year. I've made a proposal that reauthorizes existing money. I know it's tough choice time, but I do think that if the legislature concludes that the only way that they can fund our early childhood education initiative is by coming up with new revenue, they're going to find it's impossible to do, which is how we came to the conclusion that we have to find existing money and spend it better as opposed to trying to raise new money. So that's what I'm most concerned about right now, because with that piece, you solve a lot of problems. And we know that investing in early ed is just incredibly important to our economic future. The final thing I just want to mention is when I talk to employers, I'm concerned about the number of them who say to me, and I know some people believe this isn't true, but who say to me at all levels, not just folks who are looking at $100,000 and $110,000 jobs up at dealer.com or at My Web Grocers, but folks who are running manufacturing equipment, the difference between a high school degree and a $9 or $10 an hour wage future, or a $28 or $34 an hour wage future if you have some training beyond high school, that they're saying that they can't find enough entry-level people who can do basic math. And I just want to encourage you with everything that I have. I know we discussed this a year ago, and there's some debate about it among all of you and the great work that you're doing, but I want to encourage you with all of the persuasive powers that I might have to adopt a simple policy where by 9th grade, most students have completed algebra, and by 10th grade, most students have completed geometry. I understand there will be waivers. I understand there will be situations where that doesn't make sense, but for the vast majority, it will and does make sense. And when I hear people tell me that they have many job applicants where you need basic math skills and they can't find enough people with those basic math skills, we have to look at the fact that we're doing well in grade school and we're dropping off in high school, even though the assessment's based on a test that most of us don't believe in. The fact of the matter is the results tell us something. And I would urge you to move on that sooner rather than later. Let's get it done, and let's send a clear message that we're serious about having students graduate from our schools with basic math skills that you're going to need in the workforce of the 21st century jobs. So that's some of my thinking. Love to hear what you're thinking, and I deeply appreciate the work you're doing on this board. I just want to say, I want to thank the chair and all of you for what I call the seamless transition from what's a very different structure, where we have a Secretary of Education, where we are more of a team, I hope, than we were prior to the bill that was signed into law by me. And, I see this as a partnership. As this chair will tell you, we consult on just about everything. The Secretary's been doing an extraordinary job of making this transition and bringing the department along, and I'm grateful to him and to you for the partnership that we have. And I really do see it as a partnership, and we can't do this job without you. So thank you.
Well, and we appreciate that compliment, and we join you in working very hard and trying to make this a very smooth transition. It's a major step. Obviously, this proposal's been around since the 1960s, and somehow you pulled it off last year, and so it's big, but I think it has gone rather smoothly. Let me follow up on your passion on the math and science graduation requirements, and I don't mean to be unfair, but as you know, when you announced that a year ago, we took it up, and it's now in the middle of what's called the EQS Commission, and we're going to later today be looking at a draft of new graduation requirements. This may be the unfair part of it, given your complexity of your job. Have you had a chance to read that?
Yes,
is
I
that
actually read it.
Satisfactory?
I read it last night. We're headed in the right direction. My concern is that it's a little bit vague about what we really mean. And I find that when you're vague in government, you regret it later. So I would urge you to be more specific. Why can't we say the expectation is, the requirement is, that by the end of 9th grade, because some students will do it in 7th and 8th, we've mastered algebra, and by the end of 10th, we've mastered geometry. Now, I understand that there's going to be exceptions, and there's going to be people that we would exempt and all that. So, that part of it I get, but it seems like we're being unnecessarily vague about a very simple concept. Now, I understand that to succeed in doing that, you have to get kids excited about math earlier on than 9th grade. We get that. But that's a challenge that we should be able to meet. And, as a dyslexic learner who struggled terribly in 9th grade algebra and struggled terribly in 10th grade geometry, I got through it, but it wasn't easy. I am a perfect example of someone who doesn't learn traditionally. And if you had taught me geometry in a shop, a woodworking shop, instead of before a blackboard, I would have gotten excited about it much earlier on in the process. So all I'm saying is, I'm not pretending that this requirement is the solution. I'm understanding that it will promote a different approach, we hope, to getting kids excited about math and different ways of learning math earlier on, so that the requirement becomes a sort of basic shrug your shoulders, well, of course.
Questions?
This, following that a little bit, that gets into multiple pathways. You mentioned your own situation and learning differently, and we could make the case that every kid learns differently, and
Sure.
they probably do, which leads into a proficiency-based thing, and I think that what the Secretary is doing and what we're doing in terms of multiple pathways and what the legislature is doing is by defining proficiencies and expectations, they can show those particular skills in shop and not just rely on standardized tests. I think we're going to have a standardized test to some degree, which will be the external benchmark. I'd like to see it less, but that's still going to be part of the equation. But I think it has to have some kind of openness in getting that kind of balance as to where to be responsive to individual learners, as well as having a set standard in the test. That's something we're searching for.
Yeah, but my only, I agree with you philosophically, but my concern there is that if we wait until we've resolved the testing issue, we're losing valuable time, and we don't have time to waste. And, I'm as big a critic of No Child Left Behind, I call it Every Child Left Behind, as you are. And I have begged the Secretary Duncan. I've had endless conversations with him. I had dinner with him one night. I truly came into this job 2 years ago and 3 months, 2 years, a little over 2 years ago, believing that the Secretary and I, or at the time the Commissioner and I and others, could negotiate a waiver for Vermont that would make sense. I am now a firm believer that that will never happen under this secretary and perhaps under future secretaries. So understanding that, I believe that we have an opportunity to push the wagon here. And we got to do it, and we need to do it now, even though we're working with a sometimes flawed assessment system.
I'm just curious I went and talked to the math department about this. It's like, well, how do you feel about algebra and then geometry? And they didn't like the arbitrary courses, but they love the idea of problem solving, using algebra, geometry, stats all together, and having 2 years to do that. And sort of taking down some, just all ninth graders take algebra. It'd be those concepts all put together. Would that be something that you would support? And not just ninth grade algebra, 10th grade geometry, but by the end of 10th grade, you'd have skills in algebra and geometry, and that could be integrated together. So it could be a little bit more hands-on instead of just, here's a blackboard, here's algebra.
I'm with you on the teaching method, absolutely. And, and as I said, if I had had more creative teaching in terms of math, both algebra and geometry, I would have had better results. So I'm not prescribing the way we communicate the message. I'm just saying that our challenge now is that, listen, I'll be candid, in my own experience, and I don't mean to dwell on myself, if I had not been required to take algebra and geometry, I wouldn't have, period. And that's what's happening to too many Vermont kids.
So in this graduation requirements that was on the table when we came in this morning, one of the requirements for graduation has mathematical concepts, content and practices, including concepts in algebra and geometry prior to entering 11th grade. Was this put on the table by Carol?
That was the question that I asked them, and if, did that satisfy his desires, and he...
And you think that's
I think
still
it's too vague.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the current system, you could argue that our current system does that, period. And we know that over almost half of our high schools don't require algebra in 9th grade, and less than half require geometry in 10th grade.
Well, the Common Core is actually going to push these concepts to, it's not?
No, it is.
Oh,
I'm
I
agreeing.
thought you were saying no.
No, you're absolutely
It's going to
correct.
push these concepts to be learned in the schools at a much younger age and a much lower grade level.
That's all good.
We also, we seem to have left out American history in D, but, I don't think maybe that matters as much anymore.
I don't think we left that out.
We're going to,
Yeah,
we'll
we didn't leave it
discuss
out.
these later. Let's take advantage, take full advantage of the
Math?
governor being here. Let's move on.
You might have an opinion about American history.
I'd like to ask another question, if I could.
Go ahead, Bill.
Sequestration, we were just talking about that 10 minutes before you came in. And Bill Talbot tells us that we may be looking at $4 million in Title I money, which is
Total, not just Title I money. Total, Bill. Yes.
three big programs and a whole bunch of small programs, right?
$4 million. Good.
Yeah, okay. The question becomes is, what do school districts do about this? This is going to roll out into immediate reductions, particularly in Title I for poor children. And local districts will either, some have already planned, Bill informs me, and that's good, but it's still going to be a huge hit.
So,
This is not the only area of government that you have to worry about this.
yeah, and, Bill, I don't want to suggest that I'm not concerned, but all I can tell you is that if sequestration were really to happen and be fully implemented, which it hasn't really touched us yet in any significant way, it would be so devastating to all branches of government that I have to believe, as a governor, that in the end, they're going to come to their senses in Washington, D.C. I mean, because it really is devastating, and it's not just public sector, it's private sector. I mean, this thing was designed to be so horrendous that it would never happen. Right. When you design something that's so horrendous that it should never happen, it really should never happen. And we have to assume that somehow our great democracy is going to serve us. I can't possibly, as governor, plan for the actual implementation of this gimmick at any level of government, including education, because we just don't have the loot to bail it out. As you know,
What is the total effect on the state of Vermont, do you know?
Well, in public sector, you know, we're talking, if it were allowed to go for 6, 7, 8, if it was really allowed to go into effect for the entire fiscal year, it's tens of millions of dollars. More importantly, it has huge impact on, or as importantly, on private sector jobs as well. So it's an absolute disaster. So you have to assume, this is how I'm proceeding as governor. I'm assuming that Washington will bail us out from their own creation in the interests of the future of our own prosperity and our ability to educate kids, to take care of people who need us. It will hit every level of state government.
Other questions?
So I guess what
I'm
I
sorry.
say to my people is don't spend a lot of time focusing on it, because you're not going to find an answer that you're going to like. And it is devastating, should it happen.
You mentioned how smoothly this transition has gone. Do you have any thoughts on what more we could be doing to make this work even better?
You know, the only piece that I would encourage us to look at, and I know the Secretary agrees, in the short term, and I've talked to legislature about this, is to give us the ability to select the Secretary with the same rules that govern the selection of every other commissioner and secretary in state government. And to put it in plain English, you know, I recognize that my job as governor is to find people a lot smarter than I am to help do the work that has to be done. And that's what I focus on in every appointment that I make, which is why you have such a strong State Board of Education. But having said that, most people who are high achieving won't apply for a job if it's a public process, for the simple reason that they know that there's a lot of applicants, and the chances are, just from a pure numbers standpoint, that you may well not get it. And if it jeopardizes their current job to make the application, they're not going to go through a public process. So had I had to select the rest of my commissioners and secretaries, and with you in this process, I suspect you're going to find it's the same, under a public process where names are public, most people would not apply. So I would ask us together to look at that. I think the process works very well, where the state board vets the applicants and the governor then interviews the people that you select, and we come to consensus. I think that works perfectly. I think the public process is imperfect, and I'm a big believer in transparency.
Well, and as you know, the board has taken the position that we agree with you in the end, that the process does not need to be public until you're ready to announce the selection. It's the road to get there is, as you well know, is proving a little difficult. But I and other members of the board are working with your administration, and hopefully we'll figure that out before the process begins and the legislature adjourns. So we're in agreement with the end product. It's just a question of how we get there.
Great. Appreciate it.
Well, we appreciate you coming, and you know, it's. Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't think I had a question, but I do.
Okay.
I'm just curious, because I think both of you have three really, but your two proposals about the last year of college in terms of high school, as well as early ed, sort of, you're pushing both ends. And if in fact you had to choose, where would your priority be?
I hope I don't have to.
If you had to?
If I had to, I would spend the money early, because I think that's that's clearly where we're, you know, one of the things I always find puzzling about government is that we seem so reticent to consider new ideas when we're not doing very well. And I would argue that when it comes to moving people from poverty to prosperity, we're doing miserably. And if people can refute that, I'd love to see the evidence. But
I wouldn't disagree with
we
you.
spend a lot of money on the same old ways, and then get criticized when we propose new ways of trying to solve the problem. And, you know, I'll be candid with you, this earned income tax credit discussion has been fascinating to me. On that one, I have found a way to fund early child education that's spending money differently on the same folks that are struggling to get out of poverty. And I know it's controversial. I knew it would be when I proposed it. But one of the reactions has been that, you know, the Earned Income Tax Credit is the best poverty program that was ever invented. And I would say, well, if that's true, how come we're not moving people out of poverty? And is a once-a-year check that you get some years and not other years really the best investment that we can make? And what I'm saying is, we don't want to wipe it out. We want to keep it going. We know it's a federal program that's piggybacked by the state. 27 states don't piggyback it at all. We're one that does. That's the right thing to do. We happen to be the second most generous piggyback in America, like most of what we do in Vermont. But we could take some portion of that and spend it on their kids when they are most in need. And I just think it's a no-brainer.
I don't disagree with you at all. I was just curious about where your priorities were. I mean, you've sort of stated them, but.
I don't want
really
to,
where-
but yeah,
I
the
know
only
you don't
reason
wanna
I was being a little evasive on the answer, Bonnie, is that to do the dual enrollment in the early college, I mean, let's be candid about this. We're talking about chump change here. When we spend $17,500 average or $15,500 average, and we're talking about whether or not, in the long run, and I've agreed to buy it and pay for the whole thing for the first 2 years, but in the third year, that it's going to cost us an additional $150 a kid to take a credit, a full credit course in high school where they get an automatic acceptance at UVM and the state colleges. I mean, this is like a no-brainer to me.
So I would push you just a little further and suggest that maybe we should look at what the end of high school looks like. And
I agree with you.
that maybe kids shouldn't be in high school for 12 years. I mean, I just think we need to look at the whole system, and if we're going to push on one end, we push on the other end, and think about, maybe we have those juniors, and maybe even sophomores, who don't need to be in school those last 2 years. I mean, Lachlan, you could probably go to college right now.
He is.
and be really successful. I mean, I just think there's lots of kids like that, and that we need to really be thinking about how do we.
Based on my conversations riding and with Lachlan, he could be teaching at
I
college.
know, but I mean, anyway, Bonnie,
just
sort of
I'm totally with you on
blow
that
the whole thing up.
flexibility and agree that we should think big. And, as a father of two daughters who are in college, when I saw the number of students, and I bet both Lachlan and Laura could attest to this, who kind of cruised through their last year of high school, let's put it that way, because they had the credits they needed and they were looking for things to do.
Exactly.
I mean, what a waste of a resource.
Send them to college. Okay. Anyway, just.
Mr. Secretary.
Just to add a couple of things to sort of wrap it all together, Governor, and we've talked about this, the whole flexible pathways process is really looking at, does high school have to look the way it has for 200 years? And I'm not crazy about sending 16-year-olds to college from the social perspective, but from the academic perspective, we should have that work. So I think that's what we're working on, Bonnie. But I also want to mention something that, the issue about poverty, and I think the governor's made an incredible public commitment to ending poverty and supporting families living in poverty. Number one, with the foods. The governor will be the first state in the country that will look to move the reduced lunch children to free. And NPR had a big thing this morning. I was at a meeting yesterday with folks. That's a huge first step in what should be a long-planned process of providing better access to foods for children and supporting the local economy by providing jobs and resources for our farmers. Additionally, and we met recently with Doug Racine, so AHS, DCF, Department of Health and Education, looking at one of the governor's visions of that full-service school. And again, we might call it different things, but that you have education, but you also provide the school as a place where social services, support for families, all those things can be better coordinated so that we're not spending, when I talk to Dave Yakavone at DCF, and sometimes we have, we're working with the same clients, if you will, but in different silos. And I think the governor's view is, how do you get these together so that that $1 that we're all spending is all going towards the same end result? And unless we help families, that closing the achievement gap which is really the poverty gap. We'll be having this conversation 50 years from now. So I do see this as something that Vermont will be doing. I have a wonderful relationship with Dr. Harry Chen, who you'll hear in a little bit, with Dave Yacovone from DCF, and with Doug Racine at AHS, really following up on the governor's vision of the full-service school model.
Thank you very much for coming here. We look forward to working with you and your folks and making education even better in Vermont. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And
Yes.
I can't tell you how grateful I am. I'm going to close by this nugget, which is that I really do feel that the future of our prosperity in this state is in your hands, or in our hands collectively. But as you know, one of the frustrating things about politics and politicians is that they tend to not do anything controversial because they want to protect their political capital. I am in a partnership with you to get some tough things done and to really succeed in taking what I really do believe is a great education system and making it the best. We have that opportunity together. Let's seize it. I'm less concerned about political capital than I am about results. So let's do it together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will stand in recess for 10 minutes. Behind schedule, and unless I hear objection, I would suggest that we go to the agenda item L, Healthy Schools, and ask Dr. Chen to make his presentation now. Dr. Chen, thank you very much for coming.
So, good morning, and I'm delighted to be here. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Harry Chen. I'm a health commissioner. I come from a background of about 25 years here in Vermont, mostly practicing as an emergency physician at Rutland Regional Medical Center. I've attended innumerable school board meetings with Dr. Mathis. I was on the school board at Barstow Memorial School for 12 years.
We sympathize with you.
And essentially I've raised three bright, in my mind, successful kids here in Vermont in the public school system here. So I'm very supportive of your mission. I certainly am delighted to be here to kind of make my pitch to you, because I think you're an absolutely integral piece of how we're going to solve this puzzle in terms of obesity and healthy children and ultimately healthy Vermonters. One thing I'd say also about education, I sat in the back row there and calculated how many years I've spent in education and in public education, and probably it's 25 years between medical school and training and college and school. So I'm certainly a product of what you're trying to achieve and potentially what we can accomplish really with virtually every child to some degree. So I want to spend a little time talking to you about how I view the issue at a high level, how I frame it in terms of what are the things that we can do to ensure that kids are healthy. You know, what's in it for you, what's in it for all of us in terms of benefit, and then why I think your role as the State Board of Education is really so crucial. And then I'm going to stay at a fairly high level. I'll say that at the end of this, I'll submit, or later today, I'll actually submit some very kind of specific recommendations about the school quality standards. But I don't want to spend that time in the weeds here today.
No.
So first of all, I'm referring to the PowerPoint I put together. And the next slide. I mean, I think these are all things that everyone understands empirically, but I want to just highlight them and reinforce them, that academic success is intimately tied to health, that A students are almost twice as likely to get regular physical activity as opposed to D or F students, that physical activity can help students focus, improve behavior, and boost positive attitudes, that there's a clear association between nutrition and student academic performance in terms of improved learning, readiness, academic achievement, as well as fewer discipline, emotional problems. And then finally, that you can't learn, I mean, if you're in a school, you can't learn if you're homesick. So those are all things I think that are pretty obvious. And this I changed this slide. It used to be, you can be part of the solution, but you are a part of the solution. And I think we're all part of the solution, and I really respect and am encouraged by the partnership with the Agency of Education in terms of their commitment to try to attack this problem. So again, just in terms of context, this was based on a New England Journal of Medical Medicine article in the 70s, and they really tried to parse out, well, what is it that makes people healthy? I mean, classically we talk about, I went to the doctor, I'm healthy, I had my checkup, but the reality is it's so much more than that. And I think the more we can acknowledge that, the more that we can actually make a difference and get people healthier and keep people healthier. And as you can see from this pie chart, only 10% of it is healthcare. So I think so much of it is behavioral patterns. So what it is, what I do when I leave this building, whether I put my seatbelt on, whether I get the half sandwich at lunch instead of the whole sandwich or the salad, whether I have that dessert, whether I buy that pack of cigarettes, whether I have that third drink instead of the second drink. All those are clearly and vitally tied to if we're healthy. So genetics are there, social circumstances, and environmental exposure. So again, behavior is really key, and then we'll get back to how we change behavior and how we affect behavior is a really important lever that we could use to keep people healthy and get people healthy. Next slide, please. So this is a fairly dizzy slide, but I think it's important to understand again what it is, how from the public health perspective, how we get people healthier, and we have to do it at all of these levels. And I think the highest at the top of this pyramid is based on Tom Frieden, the head of the CDC. The top of this pyramid is counseling and education, and that's the kind of in a different sense of what you all are doing here. It's telling somebody that smoking is bad for your health and stop smoking. So that's that kind of counseling and education piece. And as I say, it's smallest impact, meaning it impacts one person, and it really requires a great deal of effort. So the classic example is, and I actually have a second example, at the top of that pyramid is the New Year's resolution. So you say, I'm going to go to the gym every day. I mean, how many of us have said that at some point in our life, and how many of us, right, are still working on to say that every year? The other place that is really is the health commissioner telling people on VPR, to get exercise and eat right. I mean, so frankly, I have to understand the limitations of what I can do. Clinical interventions are down the line, meaning what your doctors do in their office. Some of these long-lasting protective interventions like prevention, immunizations, cessation treatment, and then I think down below are things that are really starting to get important in terms of how you can really make a difference. So, fluoridation, smoke-free laws, tobacco tax, all of these things, even though you don't think of them as things that improve health, are really key to this whole, the whole different layers of ways we can affect people's health. And finally, at the core are things like socioeconomic factors. So healthy food and a full stomach. I mean, there's nothing like that. As important as that, clean air in terms of clean water, in terms of getting people healthy, and obviously from the perspective of where I'm sitting now, keeping kids and getting kids healthy.
And Harry, just to interrupt, I don't want to interrupt, but just a point. This is a place where schools have made a significant impact. I think it was probably in the mid-'90s when schools stopped allowing smoking areas in schools, when they started getting rid of sodas, vending machines. And so as a school, obviously the counseling and education is a piece, but also there are those changing the context that over time is an area that I believe we can really have a major impact working along with others.
Sure. So this just highlights the same concept, that it was estimated in the 20th century we gained 30 years of longevity in America. And 25 of those are related to kind of structural things we did in terms of public health, but only 5 of them are related to medical care. So I think, so again, just to stress, there's so much that we can do to get kids healthy, get Vermonters healthier, that don't require, that happen outside of that doctor's office. So the next slide. So just, these are things that you can look at the details later, but Secretary Villaseca mentioned tobacco. I mean, we've had a tremendous success with tobacco, and we did this using all of those things in that pyramid, meaning, smoke-free air, protecting workers from smoke, tobacco taxes, education, quit lines, VCAS, all those things, and we've made great success getting our youth prevalence rate down to 13%. The next slide. Now this is the challenge that we have in front of us here today. Probably the second greatest cause of death and disability in Vermont, in this country, and at some point, potentially, will become the first, eclipsing tobacco, and that's obesity. And so now we have to start, so this is why I'm in front of you here today, talking about what are the little things that we can do, and what are the important things that you can do to help us bend that curve environmentally, changing the context.
Would you prefer questions at the end, or?
I can have questions anytime.
I was going to bring up this later when we're going to look at the latest draft of the EQS standards. Have you participated in that process?
Yes.
I mean, I note in the current proposal that the physical education requirements I think are remaining static in what they are now.
Yes.
And maybe I'm too old, but in my day, you had phys ed, I think, every day, and you had it for 4 years. And maybe it's coincidental, but the obesity issue has come up since that change. Do you have any thoughts on how much?
Yes, and I would say that physical education is important, both in terms of the educational aspect and the lifetime ahead of us sports aspect, but I also think that there's another piece that, rather than take it as the physical activity piece, is equally important. So I think you'll see in the specific recommendations that we have the phys ed recommendations, which I think we are in there, but we also have a physical activity requirement. So I think together they create what we need in terms of keeping kids and getting kids
So
out.
you're satisfied that it addresses this issue to what the extent that it possibly can?
Well, I think the advantage of the physical activity is that you can incorporate that culturally in any part of the day, in any other class. So it doesn't necessarily say, we put phys ed, I'd be sitting there as a school board member, you'd be sitting as a superintendent saying, oh, no, well, when am I going to get math in? So the key is that you figure out how to do it around the day, around the math, or even in the math. I mean, it doesn't matter to me where it happens, and if we can accommodate that culturally, then, that's a huge step.
And one of the things that schools have done, unfortunately, over the years is reduce recess time for young children because of that sort of ever-present challenge or pressure they feel around providing additional supports for kids. I mentioned this yesterday at a group of 60 or 70 people at UVM that one of the districts I went to, they had eliminated recess, and I said, no, you're putting it back. The 15 minutes of active of activity, not necessarily organized, will do a lot more to benefit kids learning-wise than having them do an extra 15 minutes of math or reading in a particular class.
And really, I mean, those of us that have had kids, what's the worst thing for a kid who's, antsy and hyperactive?
Keep them sitting.
Yeah, you can't go to recess.
Right.
Well, some of
As
the
opposed to
schools-
run around the block 5 times.
Well, I think a lot of districts that I know have integrated the Fit for Life program with every teacher in the building, so that they're all doing exactly that. They're all bouncing on balls and moving and.
Right, and that's how has to be a cultural change.
Right.
It can't be. There's no pill. There's no. There's no person that you're going to believe that's going to tell you what to do. It has to be a cultural change. And I gave this example of a home office at home. We have a home office, and in my old house in Mendon, and we had a printer up downstairs, and the printer upstairs broke. And actually, I didn't fix it, because every time you printed a paper, you had to walk down the stairs, and that was great. I mean, that, we've created a society where we want everything right there. You don't want to be able to move it, you want everything at your fingertips, but that's, it'll even vacuum the rug for you. And that's the absolute wrong way. We have to kind of change that cultural shift. So we can move on. So, I mean, I won't go over the data, but the things that, we're looking at the train coming down the tracks. 1 in 3 children born that are in school today will become diabetics in their lifetime. And this is potentially the first generation in which our children will not live longer than we do. So I think it's up to us, it's up to you, it's of all the different generations to kind of get our arms around this and take charge of this. Next. Vermont, we're doing better overall than the nation, but we still there are 1 in 4 students that are overweight or obese. We'll talk more about sugar drinks and competitive foods, advertising of less healthy foods, and again, the whole competitive food piece. Next. I think there is a framework that the CDC offers in terms of what is coordinated school health. There's a model. I think all of the aspects of this, next slide, really can improve students' health and learning. And these are the pieces of it. I'm not going to, they're pretty obvious: health education, physical education, health services, nutrition services, counseling, psychological and social services, safe school environment, health promotion for the staff, let's not forget the staff, and then obviously family and community environment. Next slides. So from my perspective, remembering that pyramid, remembering where you can make a large impact with a very little change, I think the quality learning standards are really where the money's at. So I talk to the school board the same thing, I'll talk to Vermonters the same thing, and I'll say the same thing to you as the Board of Education, and maybe somebody will listen to me. So they ensure that schools are, the kids in schools are fit, healthy, and ready to learn. Next step. So what are the specific asks? What can you do? School health services. We would recommend that you ensure school nurse leadership in every supervisory union to improve outcomes for students.
Dr. Chen, I wonder if that's sufficient. Some supervisory unions are as small as, 500 students, and some 3,000?
350, actually, some.
Okay.
Yeah. But yes, you get the point,
Yeah, and I think we have a ratio of 300 to 1, and health requirements, nurses are 400 to 1 nurse for every 400, which would be a little more rigorous than what you're recommending here, which I think is good.
Right. I think again, there are 2 pieces to school nurse services. One is what you're doing, the actual care in the school, and then I think this acknowledges that there's a leadership piece to that also. That at supervisory level, whether is a nurse or somebody who has health in mind, will be sitting at that table when you're talking about nutrition. We'll be sitting at that table when you're talking about curriculum. We'll be coordinating all the health services within the school district itself.
So you're
it's
talking
kind
about
of
something above a nurse.
Right. Health education. Ensure licensed and certified health educators at grades 7 through 12 to provide high-quality health education to our students. And ensure that there is graduation requirements should include health education. So my understanding that currently you're required to have it.
Yes.
But you're not required to have completed it for graduation.
Typically, it's high schools make it a graduation requirement. Many of the high schools will have 1.5 credits PE, half a credit of health, but it's not a graduation requirement from the standards perspective. It has to be integrated in there somehow. Yes. So it's not a requirement, I guess, to the Dr. Chen's point.
So back to my earlier question on the proposed EQS standards, is this in there now, the way you would like it?
If I may, the document that you folks have does not include include the recommendations that the health department is making. We have that draft and we'll be sending it to you, but it's not reflected in
In
here.
this
So they
current
actually
one.
do have specific recommendations that will follow this presentation.
I'll stop with that line of questioning.
Okay. I appreciate it, though. Next. So, physical education, grades K through 12, again, these will be part of our recommendations. I'm not sure they're a lot different than the
No.
current ones. But I think, as I mentioned earlier, 30 minutes of physical activity daily. I mean, I think that's a different piece. And certainly, what I would say is that on any of these recommendations, the Division of Maternal and Child Health and our school health program is certainly more than willing to work with school districts, with the Agency of Education, with the School Board Associations, to make sure that these are, that they're able to implement them, rather than just a mandate without any technical assistance associated with it. Next is closed campuses in terms of food during meal times, ban competitive food, and clean, the availability of clean drinking water. Now, a lot of these are actually, will be encompassed by the federal guidelines, the school meal guidelines. I think the competitive food, I believe, will be incorporated in that. There is a requirement for clean drinking water during meal times, but not necessarily available at all times.
And just to sort of actualize that for you, what quite often that competitive food means during the lunch time between 11, whatever the lunch period is, that you can't have bake sales and those type of things. Quite often, those happen at the end of the day now when there's not the competition. The challenge, however, is that many schools have school stores that are run through the tech centers that do have food that may not necessarily would fall under the standards that we would be able
Don't
to
fall
serve.
under.
Right. So those are, but there are some, but part of that is a training for students. I mean, so there are some sort of balances there. The closed campus means that students can't leave campus, go to the nearest store, McDonald's, whatever, during their lunchtime, which I was very guilty of. I will admit this publicly as a principal. We had no space for kids. I ended up having 11th and 12th graders with open campus. So you can imagine the Domino's pizzas and things that were coming back to the school, very to the chagrin of my food service director.
Clean drinking water. We don't have rules and regulations in the Department of Health that ensure clean drinking water at all public schools?
Well, I think, again, the federal laws, rules, I think, require you to have access to clean drinking water during meal times. There is not a requirement that kids have access to that off meal times. So I think that would be.
Is this an issue in Vermont? Do you know of situations where there's not clean drinking water at a school, whether it's a mealtime or not?
I mean, I think in my daughter's elementary school, the kids are all asked to bring water bottles that they keep on their desk, because the only water fountain is way down the hall, and the teachers aren't gonna have kids leaving the room to, right? So, I mean, there's not, it's, because
There's
that
access,
teacher,
but it's not-
encourages it, she asks the kids to all bring them, but there's not access without kids leaving the.
So it's an access
Class.
issue, it's
Right,
not a. okay.
It's not actually,
You
right,
got
it's
me
not a
all
clean.
worried there that we had polluted water in
And
some
then
of
many
our
of the schools
schools.
have gone to the fillable bottle, you know, the water fountain that
stations.
next to it has the, I'm not sure what you call it.
Bottle stations.
Bottle station, thank you.
We have them.
So
now.
that's, again, that's a cultural.
Quite handy.
They're great, but there's one, right.
Oh, no, we have a couple.
Next, in terms of, we are very supportive of the new federal school nutrition standards, where it seems like they've, some of the, some of the resistance has calmed down. I haven't heard much lately. We think they're great. They're long overdue. I actually think that's a really a major legislative success that the federal, that the, basically that the House and the Senate could come to agreement on so many things that were potentially contrary to a lot of powerful lobbying efforts. So we're very supportive of that. Again, ensure adequate staffing and time for meals. There are some fairly specific guidelines, 10 minutes for breakfast, 20 minutes for other meals. And then I think we're very supportive of anything we can do to have universal access. And that you can, by little things that you do, can make a tremendous difference in what the end result will be.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from board
Can I
members?
just make one
Sure.
comment, and really it's more of a thank you to Harry and the department, that over the years, as our agency has reduced staff, about 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago, we had a conversation with actually Gary Shadle and Brina Holmes and others about taking over our school nurse consultant. Since we no longer have a school nurse consultant, the health department has taken that over, and they work closely, the regional nurse with the school districts, and the model of the school nurse leader services is a way of ensuring that we have RNs, qualified nurses, who are overseeing in the entire school district. But if you have a school that may have, for example, 150 students that would only get maybe 1/4 of an RN, if they can get an LPN, for example, the RN is still the overview for that and would attend any meetings that they would require the licensed IEPs. This has evolved into what I believe is a model that should be a national model as a way of maintaining safe schools, adequate staffing for schools, but also in a way that is more comprehensive in its perspective around school health. So this was just a thank you to Harry and the folks at the Department of Health for their efforts in this area.
And thank you for coming today. This is very helpful.
Yeah, thank you,
and
Harry.
we look forward to working with you.
Sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, was there a question?
Two.
Oh. Go ahead.
I was curious about the 30 minutes a day of
I don't
physical
know.
activity, which I love. I can't think of anything
Well, are we
better.
eating right?
But I'm curious how you imagine, I can imagine as it trickles down from the superintendent to the principals to the teachers who want to know how it's being accounted for without creating more boxes and check marks and things for classroom teachers. How might you imagine encouraging that expectation without creating more accountability and assessment of that? Is there, does that make sense what I'm asking?
I mean, thinking back, it would seem to me that there's as a teacher, you have a schedule, and then, part of that schedule is, where's that 30 minutes? And it may not be 30 minutes at once, it may be 15 minutes at recess, it may be, a walk around the school, at some point, and just kind of keeping track of that and putting it in your schedule is what I would imagine.
So also, I can imagine making it more clear of a part of a teacher education training program. I think things like, I'm just thinking about like a math lesson where we taught patterning by having kids hopscotch and learning that hop, jump was a pattern but I think that you have to have teachers trained to think about ways to incorporate that. So I think that'd be another important piece, that's part of the
And that's where you
teacher training
potentially
program.
can get the physical education teacher who has a little more background in that, and the nurse, and the people
And the
who
math
did,
teacher.
right, working together in terms of being a little more creative.
This is actually kind of a question for Armando. I noticed on the agency website, there's an updated potential nurse change in job description or licensing.
That's a licensing summary, I'm not familiar with that. If there's any change in licensing, it would be through the licensing division, and Marta is here, not listening, but Marta is here, who can maybe talk about, there's a summary was asking about a potential change in the licensing standards for school nurses?
Is it health teachers or nurses?
Oh, maybe it's health teachers, okay, I'm not sure.
Somebody,
Oh, health education, okay. Yeah, maybe it's health, sorry, I have to look at, maybe it's a health education?
I did see there's a notice for the time period for changing, and I'm going to imagine there.
Yeah, it's just to update the regs to match current requirements.
Okay.
You prepared to give us an update from the legislative committee?
Sure. And I look around the room and I see at least 10 people who know more about what's going on in the legislature than I do. So one of the things that we probably need to talk about, and Stephen and I have talked about this some in email and in Florida conversations, is having a regular presence in the legislature is really essential. If I'm going up there once or twice a month, that hardly makes it, because there's people in this room who spend every day there trying to stay on top of things, and that's important. And so I think this is something we need to think about in terms of pursuing our own agenda. In looking at our agenda, I would like to say and claim that we have very great success and so forth and so on, but due entirely to the work of other people and certainly not to anything that I would have done or we have the capacity, but we can write along and say, hey, this is looking pretty good because we're really fitting our agenda pretty well. I'll just go very quickly. Universal Early Ed is passed, as we have talked, out of committee. 10 hours, I'm concerned about the quality piece. I know the agency is concerned about assuring quality in early ed programs as well. I don't see summer school and after-school programs as taking much activity at this point in time, but when we just heard the health requirement, the health needs, I'm gonna start saying, when we talk about EQS, we need to talk about time to get everything into the schedule, and can we do that in a traditional school day? I don't think we can. And so when we get to that part of the discussion, I think we might overtly say, do we need to propose that the school day be longer? Because it's not only health, but we also have to think about where do the arts fit into this as well. And the list could go on forever, but I think we have to rethink that. Wraparound services, I would like to hear more about what Armando was just talking about in terms of the agencies. I don't know that I see the mechanism there yet. I'm glad everybody's talking to each other, but I don't know how strong that is. How are we doing on wraparound services? I just don't know.
We just barely started the conversation, Bill. I mean, the
Okay.
governor talked about it in his speech in
Right.
January. Doug Racine and I have met on a couple of times, and then we had a meeting recently where all of us got together, reached out to a couple of schools, Mount Anthony being one of those, about how to look at that. But you're right,
Sue McGuire in particular, not the school itself, right?
Sue McGuire, and Sue's got, you know, she has some experiences at the elementary level as well as the high school level that I think could benefit those discussions. But, Bill, we're still at the very early stages of that discussion.
Yeah, and it's not only institutional barriers, but it's cost as well.
Well, that's the conversation. I mean, I think the point is it can't be added as one more cost to the ed fund. It would have to be coming in, the whole goal of this, and I think the governor was pretty clear, looking at the social agency of human services world and how do we start aligning those services that they're providing for the kids and families who are in our schools and providing much of those in the school, but not at the cost to the school budget. So it's bringing in those dollars from children and families, from Agency of Human Services, counseling, all those things into, to support schools, not an additional cost to schools.
Yeah, of course, they don't have endless money themselves, but
True, but right now we're duplicating services. We have the same students who are getting, students and families, excuse me, who are being provided services by maybe some school-based folks, and even within AHS, they might have nursing, counseling, and others that all need to be coordinated, which is not the easiest thing when you're talking about these large bureaucracies, which we are, and making those changes.
yeah, it is. And I'm sure we'll be coming back to this topic.
We'll be coming down for a few, I think this conversation is not going away, but ultimately, Bill, you said it, we've all said it, the biggest issue is providing supports for children and families, and closing the achievement gap is really providing supports for families and children who may be struggling in a host of areas.
Absolutely. Okay, free and reduced lunch, we've talked about that. That looks like everybody's on board for that. There's a lot of support for that. The jobs piece, we got multiple pathways in Vermont Strong, which impact on the jobs piece, and I think we need to go further, but I think of those two as being related to jobs. And so I think there's good progress on that particular piece. dual enrollment is past committee, as we all know, and we support that, and everybody seems to be supporting that in terms of flexible pathways. And integrating technical ed into high schools, I think, and part of this is the individual plans and flexible pathways as well. And I think that, and I've talked some with John Fisher about this, is that the breaking down boundaries and barriers in the way that we think about high schools, as Bonnie was talking a minute ago, is something we need to do. But I think flexible pathways is a step in the right direction. Governance, examine and revise the law which allows for privatizing public school, avoid incentivizing new schools and independent schools accepting public funds. Those are toasty little items that have brought a lot of interest. Mill is not here, is he? But the privatizing public schools did get wrapped into the miscellaneous education bill, which would basically outlaw them. I hear a good deal of controversy about that one. The independent schools accepting public funds without following the same rules, Senator McDonald has spent a lot of time hearing from folks on that one, but I don't think it's going anywhere.
That doesn't seem to be going anywhere, no.
Does anybody want to add anything to any of that?
Jill, anything that, since you're the agency expert? Good?
Job, Bill. Can I just ask one clarifying question? Did the Scholars Bill change its theme from STEM to STEAM?
It has a provision in it which allows the secretary plus 2 other secretaries to broaden it out to more than just STEM. It includes STEM, but it can be broadened, is the way that I read it.
Do you want me to just add, following that pretty
Yes.
quickly, they have changed the, pretty much what Bill just said, that they're tying occupational data from the labor department. So it's focused on the occupations that are the fastest growing in what's to come. So if you have a relatively.
Thank you.
And just as an aside, this evening, I'm at UVM with a panel on the Governor's Committee on the recommendations for higher ed. And in that, one of the topics, is STEAM, investment initiatives in STEAM, not just STEM, but adding the arts to it as well.
I personally support that. The secretary search, we've just talked some with the governor. I know that our chair is continuing discussions on that one, and we are in conceptual agreement. Senator McDonald was also pushing, not McDonald, McCormick, was receptive to the idea, and it's just a matter, as we discussed, of working out the language and going from there.
And the issue of it comes to the board, then there's the open meeting process about sending things over. So I think that conceptually, there's agreement. It's the question is the details and how to get there.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody agrees with it. It's just how do you do this?
Right, right.
And part of, just so the full board understands this, and I guess I don't fully understand it, but the simple way of doing this would simply be to exempt the State Board of Education during this process from the open meeting law. But there is because of ongoing controversy, there's an unwillingness to take that on in the legislature. So that's the simple solution there's not much of an appetite for it.
And basically, that simple solution is taking the process you had this past time, and the names that were forwarded to the governor were confidential, so that neither the person who was named or those who weren't would be made public, and the only one that would be made public is the one who the governor would choose. And that's the issue, is that transition from one to the other.
But again, particularly for the newer board members, we're in agreement with the governor at the end that, that we should go through our search process. And let me back up a little bit. The way I had set up the search process the last time, we had a 4-person board committee that did the search, and then we brought the 3 candidates back to the full board. And at that point, we can certainly discuss the three candidates in executive session, but under the current law, the formal vote of the actual three candidates that we're going to forward to the governor must be done in the open. And the governor has taken the position, and we've agreed that will stymie the process. So we're looking for a way to avoid those names surfacing prior to the governor actually making his selection. But we heard the governor this morning say, at least that's what I heard, that he was in agreement that the current law, where the board goes through the process and sends three names to the governor, he's in agreement with that existing law. So I think that was,
too, yeah.
I think that was very encouraging. But now we just have to figure out a way to get there.
Okay, moving right along, school evaluation.
Let me just, I mean, there is a precedent, and there's probably more than one, in existing state law during the judicial nominating process. The judicial nominating committee sends three names to the governor selects from that when he or she's making a judicial appointment, and the other two names are not made public. But in effect, that's an exemption from the open meeting law, and again, there's not a lot of excitement about, opening that up.
But there is a precedent. I hadn't thought of that before.
Yes.
Next item is school evaluation. We'll hear about, I put this in the context of EQS, which we're going to be talking about here shortly on the agenda. And I think that in time, we're going to have to be thinking about different ways. This gets into multiple pathways, or flexible pathways, or whatever, in terms of the way that we define education and what we're about, and we'll need to be aware of that and discuss those issues. STEM and STEAM, we've talked about. Transition to an agency. H524, 287 pages of technical corrections, and
You've read them all, right?
I've read them all, yeah. Actually,
He has.
You probably have.
I have gone through
I
them.
know.
But I have to say it was scanning, and Donna Russo-Savage deserves a medal for that, for
She does.
just sheer endurance. I didn't see anything that was alarming to me, did you, Jill? Looked pretty straightforward.
There was a one piece yesterday that I did mention, now I'm trying to think what it was, to Stephen, on, the federal funds. One of the changes right now that we think needs to be changed is right now all federal funds, whether it be nutrition, Title I, all those things, coming through the State Board of Ed, what we're recommending is that instead of saying the State Board of Ed, say through the Secretary or the Governor's office, which it really does now, because it's just a bypass through you all. You don't have any say over child nutrition, how it's spent.
So are we currently the LEA?
You're the SEA. When, I think there's,
Before, when you were responsible for our action.
right. But even then, we didn't necessarily come back and ask permission, because quite often those are formula-based, so
They're entitlements.
they're entitlements that are going in a particular manner. So we just thought this might be the easier thing, and not today, but maybe in the future, when you may have a board and governor who may not necessarily see eye to eye, the board may want to go in one way, and the secretary's office works for the governor, who may say, I don't want you to spend any time on this, so then you get, it avoids potential problems down the road. So if we can smooth these things out in this language, at least starting to smooth it out, it'll take years, that would be one additional little ditty that we can check off our list. Bill, is that?
The opposite side, just thinking about this, is that if you wanted to take federal or perhaps grant monies that the board didn't necessarily agree with the philosophy, then they would not have a role in that, right?
They could have an advisory role in that. But I think it would be hard for this board to make a decision about philosophically whether a school district gets money or not. That's where I think if the money was gonna come to them, I mean, maybe using Race to the Top as an example, if we had gone for Race to the Top and gotten whatever amount of money, how would that have played out, for example?
Oh, that's a good example.
That's one of the ones that I could think about, that would be relevant because it's recent.
Yeah, and also Race to the Top had enough controversial provisions in it that maybe it deserved a little more discussion than school crossing guard training.
And we chose not to, we pursued it for a while and then realized that it was not in the direction that we wanted to go in. But I'm just using that as an example. Let's assume that the educators and the agency and the governor's office all said, yes, we want to go after this money, but you had a state board who said no. I think we want to avoid those potential conflicts in the future, and I think this changing of language would do that.
Anything else, Bill?
Yeah. School funding, which was on our list of things, is nothing's going to happen there. There's really no money, and I don't see a whole lot of things happening here. I do not know where the 2-vote requirement is. Hearing nothing, I guess that means it's sunsetting as far as we know.
As far as we know.
If they don't do anything, it ends.
We haven't, it's not, Jill, or,
Wasn't it miscellaneous?
it's not, and
The
nothing,
law says it ends after this year, so that if nothing is done, it will be open.
Anything on lifting the caps on construction technology expenses happening? Lift,
I haven't heard anything.
okay, I hadn't either, and I don't think there's anything active there. Okay. S40, Vermont State Colleges, they had a unanimous vote to form a committee to study the issue. I hope the committee comes up with something because it is an important issue.
Bill, what was that?
The
SU study? Acro 56 study, I'm sorry, I missed that, it was.
No, no, I was talking about Affordable
State,
College
okay.
Committee.
I'm sorry, yes.
Which is a different bill.
Yeah.
School choice, I don't see anything happening with that one. There was some technical corrections to that, but I don't think they're moving anywhere.
No, and the school choice, as you know, has become somewhat controversial because 4 school districts in the state had an agreement to charge money. When the law allowed for small groups to form collaboratives, if you will, but now the law makes the entire state a school choice region. And that doesn't mean that they can't charge, but that can't be used to withhold a student. I think we talked about this last time, so I don't need to get into it. So far, it looks like this has been worked out so that kids are not being put in the middle of adults not being able to figure things out.
Okay, how's it being worked out?
What it's been worked out with, I sent this letter to the 4 superintendents, basically saying that their agreements are now statewide, that money can't be used as a determining factor of allowing a student to enter into the school choice or not.
Okay.
But those who are currently in, let's assume it's a 9th grader from South Burlington that is at Essex, I don't want that student to be cut off for those next 3 years because that was a commitment that was made to the student. And down the road, we have made recommendations to the committees that they may want to include some financial money following the students. That's something that the governor really wants, the money following the student. May not be the entire amount, maybe it's 80%, or maybe it's something else, but that there be some money following the student to their new school. And obviously, you heard from the governor and I in the past that we're proponents of 9 through 12 school choice for all public schools in the 4 academies, which is not anywhere in any of the tables right now.
Money following the child in school choice as opposed to the dual enrollment kind of deal.
Yes, yes.
That's a very different kettle of fish, isn't it?
Well, it's one that I've been working as a superintendent and principal for many years and live in a community where the money goes with the student. And I think that would be something that, why would only 92 or 93 communities have something that the other 200 don't? So I think that would, and allow for schools to have more themes become magnet, so that we're not always competing. We're trying to duplicate what every high school is doing. But that's a conversation we could have for another day, because that's
Yeah,
not on the table in
it's-
any way.
It's not on the table.
No,
so-
no, and it won't be, there's nothing right now, Bill. The bill that you're talking about is taking the current school choice, and we've also recommended, at least for this year, no changes be made. Let this play out a little bit, because this is really the first year's coming up, and it'll be tough to make a change before
Which
implementation.
is exactly what our position is let it play out.
Yes.
Teacher and principal evaluation, that seems to be the Vermont Task Force on Teacher and Leader Effectiveness, and is now working on its implementation guidelines, if I've got that correct. So, that's basically it.
Doing great.
Any questions of Bill?
Any questions, I can refer to somebody else.
Mr. Talbot, we've got about 5 minutes. Let's do your budget item. I think you all received, this is the State Board of Education budget.
This is the monthly expenditure report that reports where you stand as of the end of February, which would be 2/3 of the way through the year. And if you will bring your eyes down to the very bottom right corner of the table, underneath the bold black line, you'll see the total 82.5% expended, which is ahead of the 67% you should be expended, but don't fret. You did pay your dues bill, which is a large item on your budget. $20,000 is paid up front, so that was a one lump sum.
This is the
payment that-
National Association.
that made you look like you are ahead of schedule on your spending. When we back that out, you will be close, but you're okay. So just be careful.
And minus
Be
the
mindful of your
5%
spending.
sequestration that we're taking, that should be
Without
even
shifting
Stevens,
off
right?
the board.
So, if I recall correctly, this is the budget that's being proposed for FY14.
Basically the same budget.
Right. Now, I didn't realize this, and I just noticed this morning, but I'll ask in the form of a question. So we have basically spent more than spent, all our advertising funds for FY13.
Yes, and that would probably be, because that's probably for the recruitment that you did for
Right.
the secretary
Right.
position.
And if for some reason that process was to start before July 1st, there would not be any funds available for advertising.
That's correct, unless you could move it from somewhere else in the budget, but that would make, it would be a problem. That's a big chunk of money at this time if you're gonna start another recruitment.
So it might be, I'm not sure when that process is going to start, but if it was, if there was a need to do that, we might want to approach the legislature and get is supplemental budget already passed?
No, it's not passed. I don't even know where it is, but it's still in the process. Is it in the Senate?
Could you add that to your list, talk to the
The
governor?
Budget Adjustment Act? That was the big bill. Oh, okay. So anyway, yeah.
But, so I'm correct
Often-
about that,
Yes,
that's all I
yeah,
know.
is not through. So there's an opportunity there. You might also want to talk with the administration on that too, because I think they have an interest in this one.
It's their idea.
And quite frankly, it would certainly appear that we'd be making some kind of financial commitments before the end of the fiscal year. for
Well,
it.
the reason I asked the question in public right now is because I think I just did point it out to the administration.
Oh, okay.
But I will bring it up
For
later.
members in the audience.
Any other questions of Bill on our expenses? If
Bill,
not,
just a question about, from the sequestration, all kidding aside, is there we haven't quite figured out, but if there's any federal money that,
Yeah.
I don't think there is, but there may be.
No, they look like, we moved them into these federal, what we call federal indirects 4 or 5 years ago when the general fund was going away. It was just a way to free it up. We should have put them back sooner. We will do it now that you're freestanding, just because you should be state funded. And it looks confusing now. It's really almost the same thing, but we'll make it clearer.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
we're not a federal agency.
You're not.
All right, we will go into recess. We will come back no later than 1 o'clock. I would suggest if we come back at 1 o'clock, we will go to the discussion, the workplace education requirements, in that we've got guests coming in. We keep bumping Jill back, but you're here for the day, so it's okay, I trust. Professionals who are furthering education in this country. By honoring outstanding educators, the program strives to attract and develop, motivate, and retain talented people to the challenge and the adventure of teaching. Turn it over to Armando.
Well, this is a great honor to have you all here today, and one of the best parts of this is not only to recognize our two recipients this year, but also, as you look around, all of these former Teachers of the Year, both from the department, the state Teachers of the Year, as well as the Milken Teachers of the Year, are here, as well as some other guests. And I would like to take an opportunity to, I was going to have you introduce yourself, but I thought that would be a little awkward. So I'm just going to read through the list, and if folks could stand up, just so that we know who you are, as well as those who are here visiting, representing our congressional staff offices as well. So and what I think Angela and others are trying to do is, and the agency is, to really show that what wonderful core of teachers that we have, and how committed they are, and how well they work together. And I hear so much good work that folks are still connecting after the awards and after the glory, if you will, is over. So I would just like to honor some of our special guests today for showing the support for Jay and for Matt and for each other. But ultimately, it's about kids. We are all winning awards, but it's all about kids. That's why we're all here. So I would like to start, and I think I'm going to start with the 2012 Teacher of the Year, just because Tong is behind me. And then Tong Chen. Actually, Angela set it up so it's in a reverse chronological order. I just hadn't put my glasses on. And Craig Divis, the 2010 Teacher of the Year. Katie Sullivan, the 2007 Teacher of the Year. Karen Heath, 2005 Teacher of the Year. We're not going any earlier than like 1990. Kathy Jacob, the 2003 Teacher of the Year. And now I also want to recognize some of the other folks that are here, not from the Teacher of the Year, but representing our administrators. And the first one is David Young. We're David, superintendent from South Burlington. Karsten Slenter, who is the middle school principal at South Burlington. Leslie Colum from Burlington, from the Champlain Elementary School. Jeannie Collins, the superintendent from Burlington, sitting next to Leslie. Now I'm switching over to the Milken Award winners, who are here as well. And I will start with one of my former students, Maria Ung, who's a teacher at Essex. I got a story about every one of them now. Tom Sabo from Montpelier, who was a 2009. And everybody wants to ask Tom what's on his phone as his background.
It's on your phone.
Picture of Cuba. Oh. What else would it be? Why would I bring it up? John Pandolfo, the 2005 Milton Award winner. We also have some folks from the Congressional Staff's office, and I'd like to thank Chris Saunders from Senator Leahy's office for coming. Abigail Kablik from the Senator's office as well. Senator's office. Patricia Coates from Congressman Welch's office. And I think that there may be, am I wrong, about some House and Senate Ed members? I don't see them. They were thinking about coming?
They're stuck on the floor next to the center.
They are, okay. I would now like to introduce the reason we're here. I know your reason you're here is for the state board meeting, but the secondary reason is to honor both Jay and Matt, who are extremely dedicated and wonderful role models for other teachers, and are just, you know, we're so fortunate to have them, as well as all of you, teaching here in Vermont. Looking forward to them being here for a long time and being in Vermont and providing that sort of role modeling and leadership for the teachers and for our kids for many years to come. I would like to start with introducing Jay. Jay Hoffman is and again, another little, it's a small state. I gave Jay his first job in Vermont. That's not, as I look around these tables, there's a lot of connections that we have, because it is a small state, and we have that wonderful familial relationship. Whether we're in one school or another, we are a small state that does have those connections. But Jay is the education technology teacher at the Frederick Tuttle Middle School in South Burlington. And the first contact I had with Jay again, when a few years ago, was when his students were at the middle school at Norwich University, a middle school awards ceremony put on by NELMS, the New England Middle Level Association, as well as the Vermont Middle Level Association, and his 12-year-olds were filming the entire thing and then putting it on television. So I just want to take an opportunity to thank Jay and welcome him, and please come up for your award.
You know, I've got really bad luck. I was given a national award some time ago, and the presenter, who was the one of the Iron Chef guys, Alvin Brown, dropped my award on the floor. So it's okay, you know.
Well, I thought it was glued.
It matches the other one. It matches.
You know, you would have thought my communications director would have told me about this. And our next recipient for today is Matt Hayden. And one of the thrills that I got when I first met Matt was, number one, again, you can tell my sort of Latin centric, is that Matt speaks Spanish. And when I went to the school and the kids, the entire school was singing and talking in Spanish. It just brought tears to my eyes. So, I mean, and that is what we should be all about. We're an we are starting to become a much more multi-ethnic state. Many of our children are going to be experiencing other languages and other cultures, and I thought that was a wonderful. And then when I heard that Matt had actually traveled and lived in South America y puede hablar español, estaba muy contento. So, it's an honor and a pleasure to introduce and welcome Matt Hayden and present him with his award as the Milken Award winner for this year. It doesn't come apart.
Like a football.
All right, Matt, we gotta take a picture. Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks a lot, Matt. Wait. Thank you, that's important. That's important, the box that anyway, thank you all very much, and there's probably still a little bit of dessert left, so if you haven't had dessert, now is the time to do it, because we start up in...
Sooner than
2 minutes.
No.
Can everybody see me okay? Should I stand up here? Am I okay here? I have that Napoleon complex, especially when I stand with David Young, my superintendent. Yeah. Thank you very much, State Board of Education members. I really so much appreciate that you have such a program in place to honor excellence in teachers. And while I just carried the banner that represents so much great teaching in the state of Vermont, it's so important in a climate that we're in today, where our culture seems to focus on the flaws and what's wrong. And anybody in systems knows that it is so important to start with what's good. And I gotta tell you, I see so much that is good. There is so much that's good. There's a lot for us to focus on that is good. Let's do that. Let's focus on what is good. And that's what you're doing with this State Teacher of the Year program. You're giving us a time out so that we could focus on the great things that we do in education. Thank you so much for that. Keep it up. And I really want to thank my fellow State Teachers of the Year. Well, I didn't know there was such a network, and I'm so surprised and heartwarmed to see you here. There's such a great air of support with that, and also I've come to find out such a huge resource. This group represents a tremendous resource. I want to thank the State Board of Education for something else. I want to thank you for appointing 2 teachers to the State Board of Education. Thank you very much for the teacher voice, because what we're learning is that we need to empower teachers. You see, State Teachers of the Year, I've come to recently find out, go into our CCSSO training in a very celebratory State Teacher of the Year mode, but we leave engaged leaders. We do. We leave engaged leaders. We find our voice. We hone our message. We refine what it is we want the rest of our career to represent. I still have a good chunk of career left. Thanks, Armando, when you said, we want to keep you here in the great state of Vermont. We want to find a reason for you to stay. Use your teacher leaders. Give us a reason to stay. For me, I found it. I found it. And I'll share this with you before I sit down. I firmly believe, I really, really believe with all my heart, that to effect an increase in student outcomes, you need to develop and monitor highly skilled teachers. So my legacy, when I leave, I want people to remember Jay Hoffman said that the best way to affect student outcomes is to develop and monitor highly skilled teachers. Now that has a lot of connotations to it, and I suppose I could entertain a filibuster in the legislature with that and keep talking about what it means to monitor and what it means to develop. But that's for another time and another place. Today I'm just very thankful. And I would be amiss if I didn't thank a great director of the program for State Teacher of the Year. Ange, you've been terrific. Thanks for all that you've done for me too. Thank you, everybody.
And now we'll hear words from Matt as well.
Mi directora me dijo buena idea de hablar solamente en español porque tengo mucha pena de hablar en frente de un grupo de personas. Entonces, aquí puedo hacerlo más fácil. Luckily, someone gave me the idea I don't like speaking in front of people. If I spoke in Spanish, it would be less intimidating because most people wouldn't know what was going on, which is great. And it's interesting that every day, we spend in front of kids talking, and that doesn't really create a lot of anxiety. But then once it's colleagues, it's a whole nother level. But I want to thank everyone for hosting us today and for recognizing teachers, as Jay had said. And I really appreciated Armando's words about it all being for kids and keeping that in mind. And I think that's what excellent teachers do. And I think that's what all teachers end up doing. I think if you were to have an honest conversation with any teacher in our state or anywhere, at some point in time, you can be sure they're going to talk about kids and wanting to move those kids forward. And it seems like you guys have a lot of fun. There's a lot of politics, and there's a lot that goes on behind it. But the bottom line is every day teachers are reporting to duty, and it's a fantastic career. And I think one of the challenges that everyone faces in our world today is we're getting assessment data, saying this is wrong, that's wrong, and Jay was right to say there's a lot of things going right. And if you check in with students and teachers every day, you would find out there's a lot of excellent things going on in Vermont schools every single day. And so I thank the board and the guests for making that a reality as well. Your everyday reality is a little different than 4th and 5th graders rolling around, but essential as well. So thanks to everyone.
Discussion of the workplace education requirements and current experiences. And we're pleased to have two folks from IBM here today to educate us on the connection between education and what's needed in the workforce. So thank you for coming, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. So my name is
Yes.
So my name is Janet Bombardier. I'm the Director of Operations at IBM in Essex, and I'm also the Senior Location Executive and Senior State Executive for IBM in Vermont. The main reason why we were delighted to be asked to be here today is to have a conversation about what we're seeing in our workforce, and quite honestly, a very tremendous gap that we're not able to fill. So we've, and everything is kind of documented here in your handout, but over the last 3 years, we've hired 169 new engineers, and we've hired 117 two-year degree technicians. That's a lot of hiring, and a lot of production employees as well. So most people, we kind of fly under the radar on that, but we continue to create a large number of jobs here in Vermont. The engineering hiring is interesting in that we go regionally. We usually go as far west as Ohio, Michigan, as far south as Pennsylvania, primarily because we need people who know how to live in the snow and want to stay here. And we can go to those good schools, and we recruit both new engineers that maybe have never lived in Vermont, and we also recruit a lot of Vermonters that have gone away to school and come back. Primarily, we go to the technical schools, but we go to any other universities looking primarily for the engineering programs, chemical, electrical, mechanical. So we're able to do that hiring, and we can get the best of the best, and they will come here. Our huge challenge, however, is this technician. So this is someone that comes with a 2-year degree. It's electrical, mechanical, chemical, electromechanical, computer science. It's typically that Vermont Tech student. And there's been a huge shortage of this type of employee for the last about 4 or 5 years now as we've been trying to recruit. Back in 2009, and just to back up a minute, what's interesting about this group of employees is there aren't that many schools that offer these programs. This program at VTC, while it's a great program, continues to see declining enrollment. Technicians, for whatever reason, don't move here from other parts of the country. So we will recruit at SUNY Canton. There's a technical college in New Hampshire and some of the schools in Massachusetts, but it's not as a regional commodity, it's a local commodity. So when we kept having dozens of empty jobs, dozens, which is not good for our business, we started our own program called CREATE, which we'd done back in the 90s, and this was a pretty good deal. This was, VTC is at IBM, teaching the 2-year degree program. It's completely free to you as an employee. You will get time off from work to go to class. You'll get time off from work to do your homework. And so who wants in? And so 74 of our best employees, production employees, put their hands up and said, I want in, right? So this is a huge opportunity for them to improve themselves economically, more interesting job. And so they had to take the prerequisite math test to get into the VTC curriculum. The first math class you take in the VTC program is the equivalent of pre-calc. And we went from 74 people to 31 people after one test. It was a disaster on a number of fronts. Obviously, we had looked at a population to put together to get employees that we needed, but we in many ways felt we'd made a promise and gotten the hopes up of a large number of people that they would have this opportunity for a better job and a better career, but they simply did not have the math it was going to take to do it. As we went through the program, after the first semester, we lost a whole lot more, and almost entirely for mathematics, a few for personal reason. But we started with 74 hands up, and we're now going to graduate 14 people. We did this program in the 1990s. We did not have this outcome. We had plenty of people interested, and we had plenty of people make it through. So for us, it's a huge problem. We can't find the skills we need. We tried to make them, and we didn't do very well at doing that. And it was a disaster for some motivated employees who really wanted to do better, but simply did not have that opportunity because they didn't have the mathematics. So the other type of employees, so switching from there, was we have production employees, and these are entry level. We look for a high school degree. We are now seeing, and this is very recent, an alarming new trend where when these employees come in, and we've vetted them, we've had an interview with them, et cetera, and they've been able to fill out the application, we give them training, new hire training, safety training, not how robotics work, but how to deal with a piece of robotics equipment, chemical safety training. And for the first time ever, we are flunking people from our new hire orientation program for production employees. Can I give you the statistics? Why? No, but I would tell you that their fail rate goes up with the difficulty of reading the information. The harder the language, the higher the fail rate. We've never seen this before. This is the first time this has ever happened to us, where we give a class, we give a very simple quiz, and people can't get through it. So we are extremely concerned about the technician, which we've been worried about a long time, but also now this new trend in the production employee. For us, math is really the building block of all of this. If you haven't taken Algebra 1, Algebra 2, geometry successfully, not some watered down version, but the real version, then you really don't have the building blocks for a lot of careers, not just STEM careers, right? There's plenty of degree programs, and I've added an attachment to the back of what math is required for lots of different degrees, not just engineering. But we need people in particularly these two-year programs. If you talk to Phil Conroy, the students applying to VTC, he only takes in 65% of them because the rest can't meet his minimum requirements. So he's seeing the problem as well. And when VTC has a problem, employers have a problem. This particular group of employees in very high demand. I spoke to a bunch of educators, and I will talk about math with anyone who will listen. And it's because of its importance to all of us. But someone asked me in one of these conversations, so do you want us to teach to the test? And I'm not an educator, I am an engineer. And I said, I'm not going to answer that because I'm going to go find out what I'm talking about here first. So I went and took the kneecaps for the 11th grade, the tests that were available online. So I took them for 2 years. And I would tell you, please teach to that test. For the types of questions and content that's on the 11th grade kneecap, that's clearly the basic math requirements that we would expect, I think, as a population to see out of an 11th grader. But clearly, if you're going to work in business and industry, you need to have that at a minimum. So that test and what it has on it for content are the things that people need to be in the workplace. As I said, I think Algebra 1 and 2 and geometry, those are simply minimum requirements. Every high school should have an opportunity to offer pre-calc. VTC has offered a lot of arrangements for people, whether they want to do distance learning or co-teaching. There's a lot of creative ways to go after this, but that's a huge opportunity area for people. It's, as I said, it's not just the engineering and technical programs, but you want to go get a biology degree at St. Michael's, you want to get a business degree at UVM, you're taking calculus as your first semester. So you need to be ready for that for a lot of different careers, and there really isn't a good reason why that can't be made available in every high school. From a flexible pathways issue, we think it's great in terms of connecting students with career paths. We've worked very hard at IBM to be part of the solution, and maybe we're not, while we're doing a lot of effort, maybe it's not the right things for us to be doing. Maybe there's a better place for us to be engaged. We support National Engineers Week. We have employees out in the schools, mostly January through May. We touch 50 schools. We touch 5,000 students. And there's an IBMer in every county in the state of Vermont and most of upstate New York. We're the largest employer for most towns in Chittenden County and Franklin County. We have a big impact. We're a big place. So we get out there and we try to do our bit in the classroom. For 15 years, we've provided Excite Camp. It's a free week of science and engineering class for middle school, camp for middle school girls. We've been doing that a long time. And for the last 3 years, we've had at least 40 college interns. So we've been trying to be engaged from a business perspective and trying to help people see career opportunities. And we've had conversations now with other principals and curriculum coordinators saying, is that really the right place for us to be engaged? Maybe it's different. Maybe it's more in applied mathematics. Maybe it's in something else. We're certainly willing to partner on trying to solve this problem. And we've been doing a lot, but maybe we should redirect those efforts. And while I think career exploration is a very important part of an experience, we can't let it be a substitute for math. You can't go get one of your high school math credits by going on a career trip, right? You still have got to get through the basic requirements, and it's not always fun for a lot of people, but if you don't have that mental math muscle memorized, and some of the rote behind it, then you just simply don't have the skills you need going forward. From a funding perspective, this is really about not adding. If we change this math, it's not about adding math classes. This is about looking at what we're teaching and requiring students to do and saying, sorry, we've upped the bar. And it's not about letting 8th graders pick their path. I always think about when people say, well, we have this conversation about what route they should go on in high school, and I know from my own 2 children, with one of them it would have been fine, and with the other, he would have easily picked a path that wouldn't have gotten him where he is today. He needed a little bit more of this. So I think that when we create too many opportunities for the middle school students, we create a problem. We need to make sure people understand the minimum requirements of mathematics. From a summary perspective, we view this mathematics issue as not just an education issue. A 36% statewide proficiency at the 11th grade to us is a disaster. And it's not just a disaster in terms of academics, it's an economic disaster for all of us. When you think about it, my job and the team at IBM and a lot of the other companies here, our job is to create great products and services. And when we do that, we create great career opportunities and jobs for everybody else. But we can't have that happen if there aren't any employees to take those slots. And it makes it very difficult to look at investment in your future and those kinds of things when you wonder if there's going to be the people there to do the work. We certainly can't be there with technician jobs open, because that means pieces of equipment don't get fixed. That's the primary job that these people do, is fix multi-million-dollar pieces of equipment, keep it running, do preventive maintenance on it. And when we don't have that equipment running, we don't make parts, and we don't make parts, it's not good for our business. So there's a big economic link between these skills, the math, and the whole economy in the state of Vermont. We realize what a huge piece we are of that economy, but we have a huge dependency on the education system. We're not the only person. If you talk to other manufacturers across the state, other IT groups, I was at a conference at a meeting with My Web Grocer, Dealer.com. They need computer professionals. Class 1 of computer science is Calc 1. So they have empty jobs as well, and those are very high-paying jobs. So there's lots of us looking for these people. There's lots of us with empty positions, and there's lots of us who've literally hired hundreds of people into these technical positions. Some of the actions that we'd like to see, we really want to see that the Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and Geometry just is simply required. It's not about time and seats. It's not about pick your path. It's about, those are the minimum things that you need for a math education. I think it's really important to keep segregating the data by gender. Now, when you look at the 11th grade data on math, there really isn't a gender difference. In this case, we're really worried about the boys. While we do tremendous work promoting young women going into the technical fields, the reality is that the number of women who go into a technician training program is extremely small. And while we'd love to see that number up, we need those boys to be successful, because they've always been that group that's created this population of employees. So we need to keep an eye on those boys and make sure they don't get lost in the system and maybe help them see the opportunity. And what can we learn from that? I think we need to make sure that the teachers at the middle school and the high school levels can teach the classes that we require. They may need a refresh of their skills, but we need high school teachers that can easily teach the algebras and the geometries. We want to make sure, and we've been on the road quite a bit in the last few weeks, recognizing that maybe we had not passed this message along well enough about the linkage between the academics and K-12 success and industry and jobs and being able to fill them. And so we've tried to take on a role of explaining to guidance counselors and principals and administrators, and again, anyone who will listen, that education matters. Education matters in filling jobs. We have jobs. We don't have employees. And that's just not a place any of us want to be. And that's kind of the highlights. There's more information in your package. I've also attached the VTC, Tech Math, what's in it. There's also a UVM class that's very similar. I think it's Calc 10 or something like that. So these courses, or these pre-calc courses, are available at two of our leading higher ed institutions, and both of those groups are willing to work with high schools if they don't have the resources, skills, or whatever to be able to offer this. As I said, I think Phil Conroy is definitely wants to partner with high schools in solving this problem. Any questions, comments?
I have a question. I'm not sure when you arrived today, but we've had a couple references to an agenda item that's coming up, and it's the Educational Quality Standards Commission, and who are going through a process. That's a commission that's made up of members that this board has appointed, looking at the graduation requirements. Have you participated in that process?
No, I have.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've been there for the last 2 meetings.
And so you're aware that there is a revised graduation requirement for math. Does the draft that we're looking at today, does that satisfy the need that you're?
I don't think we're done yet, and, I talked with Jill after the governor's.
Oh, so you've been here for a while?
I've been here
Okay.
from the beginning, so yes, I heard the governor this morning, so I understand he said it's not specific enough. I think, I talked to Jill afterwards, that maybe the requirements that Janet is suggesting could fall into the curriculum part, which we haven't gotten to yet. I mean, it's a long process going through those standards, so we're taking them one at a time. But, yeah, I mean, I think certainly the point I think Janet's trying to make is that, and I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Marion Lawler. I'm the Corporate Citizenship Manager for Vermont. So I'm the person who organizes a lot of the outreach that Janet described, as well as, working with educators for years in the community here. Probably been doing that for close to 20 years now. And my kids went through Essex High School.
It's only been 20, Mary?
It's only been 20 years, and it's been probably 12 years since you and I ran into each
Yes.
other, because Armando was the principal when my kids went through Essex High School. So this math, education is a passion of mine. Math is a passion of mine. That's where my degrees are as well. And, so I've been there, and students definitely need the algebra and the geometry skills in order to pass the test and also to be successful after they get out. I mean, if they don't have that, then essentially they have shut the door, and we've allowed them to close their window of opportunity, because it's really, Algebra 2 is the gateway to higher education. And if students don't take the foundation in high school, or even, in my case, middle school, then they're at a disadvantage. And if they have to go and learn it again when they go to, CCV or to VTC, they're paying for it. I mean, I did hear the number that said we're paying, $17,500 a year to educate our kids? They should be getting everything they need to be successful and to go on to the next step without having to go through any remediation. That's a travesty. It's really a travesty. So I think not requiring really all students to have those skills
it's an economic development issue for us as a state, because we're going to be looking at a workforce that's not prepared. And we have a very large bubble of baby boomers who are going to be leaving the workforce, your workforce, our workforce, over the next few years. And who's going to fill those jobs? We need those folks well prepared to be able to come in and to improve and increase in responsibility, you know, through their career. I mean, I've been at IBM for 40 years. I've done a lot of different things. And it's that math foundation that gave me the problem-solving capabilities to be able to do the things that I've done and to be able to, you know, continue to grow and expand my responsibilities.
Well, as you know, we're only looking at a draft of those standards today, so I would encourage you to continue to work with them and hopefully come to a point where you feel that the new requirements satisfy not only your needs, but the economic needs in Vermont. One last question. There seems to be a heavy emphasis in working with Vermont Technical College. Is that only on campus in Randolph, or is that part of their outreach programs?
It's quite honestly,
Southern Vermont
yeah.
and VTC and CCV is about to go through a major expansion in the next 14 months.
So clearly, from a VTC perspective, at the local level, I mean, they have a Williston campus, so when we're doing our education of our workforce, it's easy. They come to our place, we go to theirs. It's just down the road. I think from a state perspective, addressing high schools, they've expanded. They have great technology and distance learning. It's not difficult, and they certainly will work with any high school anywhere in this state to bring in the math education that you need. They've got some models where they're partnering, where they're having the VTC person is teaching, but the other math teacher in the high school's in the room with the students. They've been training some of the math teachers in the high schools to become college certified so that students can leave with having their college credits. They've got some very creative models, and they're willing to work with anyone on other ideas. And that's why I think it's important, because that resource is there. And I know when we talk about requirements and initiatives, everybody wants to talk about how it's funded, but this one's easy. And in regards to the standards, well, I think it's important work. I hope this message is coming across a lot more urgent than let's wait for the standards to come out. I've challenged everybody, what are you going to do different in your school tomorrow? What are you going to do different for the kid that's a junior? I truly believe this is a matter of will. There's not a lot in anybody's way that shouldn't say, oh my goodness, this is a huge problem. We've got to do something, and we've got to do something now. If we wait for lots of standards, or if we do a lot of study and we make this the big K-12 initiative, which all may be important, we're going to miss the train. And we need a real sense of urgency that this is a huge problem, that we don't have a workforce, and it's fundamentally based on lack of math education.
Well, and you raise a good point, because as you probably know, the commission is coming back to the board in June for our approval, and that initiates the rules process. And Counselor, 12, 16 months, which is it? 8 months? 8. Close to a year. So, to back up your point, then, so I guess at some point we would certainly entertain, if you know of another way that this board might have an effect on a statewide basis to affect this earlier, let us know. Bill?
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled here, and maybe you can help me reconcile things that just don't seem to add up.
I'm not having any trouble over here.
Well, I'm a STEM person, I do numbers. I go to labor economists and start asking these same kinds of questions, and particularly I pay attention to Georgetown and Rutgers, who are, in terms of workforce, labor projections and so forth, they're about as good as they get. And one of the things that, and I'm quoting from a Rutgers thing here, is that IT wages are around their 1990 levels. They haven't stayed up. A lot of reason for this is the offshoring of IT jobs, in which in India you pay, according to Palasamo, who's now retired, I believe, they were saving lots of money because they were paying programmers in India 1/3 what they were paying them in the United States. And so what's happened is the number of IT jobs has decreased in the United States. And what's happening is, depending on which source you read, we either graduate 2 times or 3 times as many STEM graduates as there are people who are hired in the field. So what happens to all of these graduates? 32% say they're not IT jobs available. 53% said that they were found better job opportunities at better pay outside of the IT area. And so all of a sudden, I'm reading these labor economists, and they're saying it's not a supply problem. We have either 2 or 3 times as many of these people as we're employing. But you guys say it is a supply problem. The economists say it's a demand problem. And what happens is, since IT jobs are only 5% of the population anyway, should we require the same skills for all 100% that are needed for the 5%? So there's a curriculum question there, and there's the reconciliation. I believe your experience. I believe it's absolutely true. But I just can't make it reconcile with the labor economist's facts on the matter.
So I think, have not read those reports, but I think it's important to separate the word IT from technical. And I think it's also important to, as I said earlier, I can go find the engineers that I need, and we hire the best, and they move here. And whether there's others that are still looking for jobs, I couldn't tell you that. But what's a huge problem is this 2-year degree program, this technician that even the trades, even the IBEW requires Algebra 1 to be an electrician. So these are very open jobs at that level, and I've spoken with biotech, I've spoken with GW Plastics, GE Rutland. We all have the same problem with that same population of people that we need. From a salary perspective, the start, and whether I can give you trends, I can't, I don't have that data in front of me, but if you come as a 2-year degree technician, and we do require the paper, that's very important to us, that you've actually gotten the formal education. If you have graduated successfully from, I'll just pick VTC again, and you start at IBM and you don't have a tremendous amount of work experience, you're starting at $40,000 a year. And if you have more experience, you're moving up from there. And your upside potential over the course of your career, the better you are, the more you learn, the more education you may get in specialty areas. I have technicians that work for me that make $90,000 a year. So this is a high-paying entry-level job for a 2-year degree. They're open, they're available, and I think it's a competitive starting point, and it's got huge upside. So we have the jobs, whether the economists are recognizing that or not, or putting the IT clearly in a programmer category, I don't know, but there are plenty of technical jobs around. And I think, again, if you spoke to dealer.com and My Web Grocer, because I was just with them last week at Burlington High School, they said, we've got jobs, we've got jobs. So at least here in Vermont, we have those opportunities.
And I think the other thing that we need to think about is mathematics is not restricted to engineering and computer science people. Mathematics is fundamental to many careers today, and it can't hurt you to have the mathematics that you need, because you're going to be more successful in whatever you do. You know, because as we want citizens who understand the arguments in the paper and can vote appropriately and understand the statistics. So in order to have that, you need that foundation of algebra, geometry, and statistics as well to be able to understand that. You know, there are plenty of people who are engineers that may choose to go into the law afterwards. We have some at IBM, I believe. You know, it's the fact that you don't go into a specific engineering profession doesn't mean that your education was wasted. It wasn't. And I think that the important thing to remember is who's going to make the choice for whether a child has the opportunity to go for these jobs. Is that you? I mean, is it the school's responsibility? I think the school's responsibility and the educator's responsibility really is to prepare them as best as possible so that they can seize the opportunity once they leave.
Other questions?
Can I ask this? I'm sorry. I was just curious, I'm intrigued by the difference you see in the program you ran in the 90s and what you ran today, and I'm wondering, in your opinion, is it, I don't know how much you dove into the whys, but do you think it's that, that they just didn't have as much mathematics, as much time? Is it about the way it was, because I'm thinking about the way it was taught and how much the way we've approached education has changed in the last 20 years. So I'm wondering if you have any sense of
we
that.
don't, we've discussed it, but we don't have any data. We don't have any data that we have saved from back then to really do any kind of real comparison. All we know is that we ran it very successfully back then, and we didn't have this fallout disaster that we had now. That's the one fact I can share.
So I guess what I'd ask you, talked about kneecap scores earlier, is if you would favor kind of the broad direction that EQS is going in and saying that, you should know that you should have completed Algebra 1 and Geometry before entering 11th grade, or is,
That's what it says,
yeah, language right now. If you would support that as a graduation requirement, or go like you talked about kneecap scores, like a cut score, so you must score proficient on reading, math, science, whatever, on your 11th grade kneecaps, or it would become SBAC. If you would support that as a graduation requirement instead.
So, at the end of the day, I want somebody who really knows all that, right? I don't want somebody who said they went and took Algebra 1 and it didn't stick, right? Or they took a watered-down version, or whatever the case may be. Is it a combination of the two? Is it some other assessment? I'm not going to vote on that one. What I can tell you is when I look at the kneecap tests and I look at the types of questions and the types of math skills you need, yeah, you better know that stuff. If you can't, do some basic algebra and really interpret a graph well and calculate areas and volumes and do that stuff, I mean, it's 2013, people. Those are pretty rudimentary math skills for someone that's graduating, at this point, and where we are and where the future is. So maybe it's a combination. I guess, to me, it's what do you know?
Right.
But I also don't want to go in a direction where people say, oh, maybe you can pass it without sitting actually through the class. The concept of these embedded math credits and getting math credits for not doing math just doesn't sit well with me, because I'm not sure it gets you where you need to be.
Well, I guess it's just, I'm looking at some stats here, and these are using New Hampshire data, because it's just what I have, but
It's a border state mentality, yeah.
They,
Go to New York, too.
they had, in 11th grade, they had 36% substantially below proficient in math. Yet they have the third highest graduation rate in the country at 86%. So there is discussion about should these kids be graduating if they are substantially below proficient. Yet they also ranked 4th in the country on the American Physical Society's Science and Engineering Readiness Index. So they were told, and they came in 2nd out of 11 states that were using a NAEP pilot score for 11th grade. So by 2 out of 3 indicators, they were in the top 4 states in the country in terms of science and math readiness. Yet on the kneecap scores, I mean, they were abysmal.
Well, I would suggest there's some other Vermont data you may want to go look at. I'd go talk to VTC and go look at their placement tests.
Well, I just think
and go see what they have for questions on that test and why only 65% are making it through, right? There's a great piece of local data that whether you're into the kneecaps or not, it's another test. It's not that difficult. And it certainly is another data point of what people know and don't know. And then it goes back to, as Marion said, the sheer amount of remediation when all those people get kicked back to another year CCV, adding to the cost of things that, quite honestly, should have been covered in high school.
There are all kinds of gradations here in this, and I'd be careful about talking about 11th grade proficiency rates. They are not the same as the 8th. They're not linearly linked. They're not scaled on the latent trait is what you would use there. And they're measuring different things, and where you set that standard is a very subjective point, and saying this is going to be a point, but that may not be the same point for all occupations. What you're going to need is going to be very much different from what somebody else is going to need for a particular thing. And I think we probably need to get more fine-grained in terms of the definitions. Is there preparation for middle-level jobs and associate's degrees that we need? I think the data would say that you're right on that point. But I'm not so sure that that's the same standard that should be applied to everyone for every situation. And you're talking about a math sequence that would prepare STEM people, but there's only 5% of the jobs that are STEM jobs.
So two comments on that. When I talk to the middle school girls, we have this really fun conversation about STEM jobs, but the last thing I show them is a picture of a window, an open window. And I say to them, here's the deal, ladies. You know, I've talked about all these things in your 13 or 14, and you may know what you want to be, and you may not know, and you might have liked what you heard today, and you might not even know how to pick from all those fun things that you can do. But if you don't take the math and the science and really know it, your window gets shut on you. You don't get to pick. And when you're 24, 26, or you're one of these people that I tried to give a better opportunity to, guess what? Your window got shut way too early in your life. So I think it's extremely important that these maths, the Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2, it's not just a STEM thing. It's critical to STEM, but it's kind of a life thing. And that's why I added this math requirements page, because if you want to be go get a dairy farm management degree at VTC, guess what you're taking? Statistics, database management, and math. You want to go be a landscape architect? Guess what you're taking? Geometry, database management, statistics. You're taking chemistry, which is math-based. It's not just a STEM thing. Those core courses of math are critical to so many careers and so many opportunities. And when we choose at a young level not to make them take these things and get it, whether you measure it through seat time or you measure it through test A or test B, we deny people this opportunity later in their life, and we create, again, the shortage of jobs today. And so I think we could probably continue on that conversation, but I think these are very basic requirements, and it's a huge issue for us as an employer, which means it's a huge issue for the economy of this state. And we need to act with a real sense of urgency about how we can fix it and how we can get our high schools to up the bar today.
But I also think it's not just the high schools. I mean, because I know you keep saying like the high school, but students arrive at the high school, and it's a bigger systems issue. And so just by saying we're going to fix it by making Algebra 1 and Geometry and right tomorrow, it's not going to fix it. And that's the thing, and they don't have the skills. And I've talked to math teachers, and that's their biggest concern is in ninth grade, they have students that aren't ready for algebra. It's not that they're not ready to teach it. They're perfectly willing, able, wanting to teach algebra, but they can't. So they have to go back and teach fractions, and they're teaching other things. So I think we do have to take the longer view and look at it as a systems issue. And yes, we need to take steps to try to
And I can address that later in a different context about what we're doing
Right.
around licensing, Katie, so that, because I
Yeah.
think you're absolutely right. It doesn't
Yeah.
start by changing ninth grade.
Right.
It starts in kindergarten
Right.
At the same time,
or preschool.
Right.
we have the students who left eighth grade had a 66 to 68% proficiency, and something happened, and we're not measuring the same thing because the expectation is that they're going to be taking additional courses and gaining additional knowledge so that when they get to that 11th grade test, they are still proficient. And something is happening to half of them almost in that time frame. So they're not, either the assessment was wrong, or they're not getting the right direction, and they're not taking the courses that will get them from where they were to where they need to be.
The
and talking to
definition
math
of math
teachers.
went like that, which also happens between 8th and 11th grade.
Yeah. And just for the math teachers, I know that the test is in the beginning of 11th grade year. A lot of their content is covered even in 11th grade. So that's the problem too, is the timing of the test, which I know is going to be changing.
Yes.
But
test.
right, but if you're trying to teach the material and they're being tested on it before they even learn it, that also shows this gap. And that's why I know the math teachers were very concerned that when is the test and when is the expectation that they're actually finishing some of this curriculum.
I agree there's an opportunity to fix lots of things. I guess what I'd like you to all remember is those people I started with, that 74 people that ended up with 14. I hope that sticks in your head.
Yeah.
And I hope you really understand that we have open jobs that we can't fill. That is a really bad thing.
I think we, pardon me, I think we got your message and appreciate you coming here today. It's been very helpful.
So, thank you.
And I just want to reinforce, because John and I met with Janet, and obviously, is that it's not just for the students who are going to be going on to a math career. It's for all of us. And I think if you look at our rates of students continuing beyond high school, forget about what they're going to major in. We're only talking about 45% of our kids in Vermont who graduate, who start as ninth graders or continuing their education beyond high school. And the local decisions that board make, when I was in Essex, we had a 3-year graduation requirement that had math, algebra, geometry, and algebra 2.
So it went away.
I don't know what happened. I was been gone for a while.
Because my kids were graduated when you were principal.
Or at least algebra and geometry, and I'm not sure about the third year now. But I think that the message here, it's not just about STEM careers or math majors. It's about any student who wants to continue education, whether it's a 2-year or 4-year school, really needs at least that foundation of math as to open the doors to move forward. So that's all really, I think, that I wanted to close with.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move on to the item J, the EQS Commission report, I want to acknowledge that the Vice Chairman of the Senate Education Committee is in attendance and a former member of the State Board of Education. And Don, welcome.
You might want to know that flexible pathways bill that still is over, early college, first learning plans has moved out of the Senate,
Terrific.
and I think it's going to be welcomed in the other body.
That's great. Thank you. That's a great report. EQS Commission. Jay.
You have a PowerPoint?
I do have a PowerPoint. I also handed that out, so just gonna let that warm up. I want to make sure that you folks have the latest document. Just waiting for you when I got it.
Problems, I've got too many documents already, I don't want them.
Carol and I killed a lot of trees. Great, never mind, thank you. So my name is Jill Remick. I am the Education Project Manager at the Agency of Education. I'd also like to acknowledge another person from the Education Quality Standards Commission who's joining me today for moral and other support, Peter Evans, former Montpelier High School principal. He also works at the Youth and Adults Transforming Schools together. We'll be sort of co-presenting and filling you folks in on the work of the Education Quality Standards Commission.
If we have questions or comments along the way, you want us to interject or wait till the end?
I think that's fine.
Okay.
I think that's fine.
And John's not able to be here. He had to go to, did you explain that already, Joe? I'm sorry.
I haven't.
Okay, then I'll stop and let you just give it, because typically John would be here, but he had to go across the street. Not this across the street, our across the street to the legislature.
Well, just to get started, I thought it'd be helpful to just really back up a little bit and fill you folks in on kind of the big picture, what this is, why we're doing it, and the timeline, especially because we do have some new folks on the board. So like I said, I'm the project manager at the department. I'm also the legislative liaison. But a main piece of my work is staffing this group of folks that the board put together this summer to look at State Board Rule 2100. It's currently called the School Quality Standards. So back in, I believe it was August or September, the State Board did decide that they wanted to take this work back on and put together this commission, which is made up of teachers, principals, superintendents, folks in the business community, folks from higher education, to really do some of the heavy lifting for you folks on bringing some suggested language to you in light of all the initiatives going on. That's part of what I'll run through in the presentation. The goal is that we would be giving these monthly updates, and then in June would be presenting you with a final draft document and a report with some recommendations to the board. The board, I would see it could be good timing as far as your retreat goes. It might be that you'd spend some time on that at your retreat. The idea being that the state board would vote at some point to initiate rulemaking, to actually go into the administrative rulemaking process, which would involve additional public hearings and spending time at your meeting on that, with the goal of then, and it also would have to go through administrative rule committees, and both LCAR and ICAR, the Legislative Committee on Administrative Rules and the Internal Committee on Administrative Rules. So there's a long process to this, and this is just one piece of it. So I appreciate you folks letting me just fill you in. How's it going over there? Is my?
I think it's in focus.
Okay. And is my computer not unplugged and it's dead? So I'm glad I made copies of the PowerPoint for you all.
The battery died?
Yes. That's okay. This is fine. And you folk, I'm glad you have copies in front of you. I wanted to just, and forgive my scrambling around now, but so we have the commission that meets once a month. We also do these monthly updates with the board, and in addition, we've had several meetings with folks from the various education organizations, the School Boards Association, Principal Association, the NEA, just to try to encourage dialogue. I mean, one of the things that's really important about this is and I know you've seen today how many different folks have an investment in this work. Everything from health to business. I mean, it really runs the gamut. And it's really been really remarkable to sit here today and see this come up over and over again. So maybe it works out just fine that we're talking about this at the end of the day. So we've certainly taken input. As Dr. Chen mentioned earlier this morning, their group has actually worked with the school health team at the department. They're going to, I think I'll probably be able to send that to you folks by the end of the day. They have specific policy language that they're recommending to make amendments to school quality standards to line up with the broader picture school health pieces that he was talking about today. And as he mentioned, it seemed better to do that than try to sort of walk through those really laborious policy language at that time. I have folks from UVM who are teaching folks who are going into the library and media sciences who are interested in providing input to you folks on the piece about librarians and what the new expectations would be for librarians. So there's really a lot of interest in this work. There's a lot of changes to this work. I mean, even just since the last time they were drafted, the terminology that we use and everything. So this is not only a broad technical revisit, but also a really in-depth trying to address the goals that the state board and the governor have made very clear. So on the next page of your PowerPoint, the foundational documents, I thought this would be really helpful to also give you some guidance on some of the guiding large principles that are guiding this work and that the board has seen over the years that brought us to this point. Roots of Success is still available on the agency's website. If you're not familiar with that, we had a really strong team of folks at the department who did I guess you'd call it a case study of 3 different Vermont schools. It was done anonymously in the report. Schools that had really high poverty and other socioeconomic challenges, and yet managed to really have outstanding student achievement over time. And so we sent a team of folks into those schools to actually really try to identify what it was they were doing and see how we could replicate that. So I would strongly encourage you, if you're not familiar already, in all your spare time, to review the Roots of Success. But again, even back then and doing those studies, some of the things that those schools were doing well, like an emphasis on student leadership, an emphasis on the personalized learning and connecting students to an adult, all of those things are trying to be reflected in the education quality standards language that you folks are working on and the commission is working on. The direct charge for this work came from the Opportunities to Learn document. Again, back in 2009, the state board put together a transformation policy commission made up of practitioners, legislators, home study parents, a wide variety of folks, including practitioners at the school level. It addressed everything from governance and size of supervisory unions to professional development needs. One of the very specific recommendations in that transformation policy report was that the state board revise the school quality standards, State Board Rule 2100, call them education quality standards, and really change what they're about. So that, again, is a direct task that this commission has taken on and was part of the assignment from the board back in August of last year. You also heard from the Vermont Superintendents Association last fall, for those of you who were here. They've had a task force working on from the superintendent level, how they would like to see education transformed. And again, I think that also came together and gelled this work for the board last summer. In addition, the Standards Board and the NEA and folks in the department are working with another group of folks from the field to do this Vermont Guidelines for Teacher and Leader Effectiveness. That's the evaluation aspect. So you'll see that referenced in the recommended language, and you'll see that we're definitely trying to make sure that that's aligned, so that this isn't simply a document about what schools have to do, but there will also be recommendations from the commission to the Standards Board relating to professional development, if there are licensing changes. I mean, this could have huge implications. And just one of those common threads is the personalized learning plan for students. That's in legislation, that's being recommended by the education quality standards. That has huge implications for teacher prep and for educators in general. Also, certainly, the State Board and Governor's strategic plans, we're hoping to address that through the quality standards. There's an entire section in the graduation requirements about allowing students to demonstrate learning in a variety of ways and to ensure that students are aware of their multiple pathways to graduation. On slide, I suppose it's slide 4, the bottom of page 2, these are things you've been hearing about throughout the day. Again, this convergence of all of these current initiatives, the things that I've mentioned already, and also the 3 standards, the Common Core state standards, which address English, language, arts, and math. You're going to hear next about the next generation science standards, and then we still do have the Vermont Framework of Standards and Learning Opportunities and the great expectations that go along with that. Again, so these are all things that the State Board, that are standards currently approved by the State Board, that this quality standards document points folks to. So as you'll see on the bottom of page 3, actually, on the bottom of page 4, this is why you'll see throughout this recommended language that it refers to the standards approved by the State Board, because right now we have 3 different sets of standards that we are referring folks to, and that may change over the course of the years. This is our opportunity to revise the rules, and that doesn't come along all that often. So again, this is all part of this much bigger national and state movement to making sure students are career and college ready. We just heard again from the folks from IBM. It's about ensuring that students are able to demonstrate real learning and not just simply taking the test and checking off that they've sat in the seat for a certain period of time, personalizing their learning, and the term student learning objectives is directly from the licensure revisions that the Standards Board is putting forth. So this is also in line with what new expectations for teachers are. I just thought it'd be helpful to stick in the statement of purpose for you folks. I know we talk about standards a lot. We have Common Core state standards, and it is confusing that this is called education quality standards. If you folks would like to call it something else in part of this rulemaking, I welcome that. Maybe it's education quality rules or something else, by all means. But the point of this section of State Board rule is really about ensuring equity for all students. That's really at the bottom line. That's what this is about. So as we've struggled with this, as the commission has struggled with, as you folks have struggled with, how do you write policy language that on the one hand allows for that flexibility at the local level and allows for those decisions at the local level and yet ensures that students have reasonable equity? So it's a balance. We've spent a great deal of time over the last few months when we've come talk to you folks and as a commission talking specifically about graduation requirements. You heard again from the governor's office his absolute emphasis that he wants, there's certain pieces of math he's very concerned. He wants to make sure that they get in here. And there are other reasons why the graduation requirements has really been a large focus. But it occurred to me after I spoke with you folks last month, not only have we done a lot more work, but there are a lot of other elements in education quality standards. There's elements of what used to be called an action plan. The commission is recommending it's something like a continuous improvement plan. There are still the existing state and local comprehensive assessment systems that are referenced throughout this. There are professional development requirements. There are requirements for staffing, for building conditions, for resources available to students. There's an entire section on instruction, curriculum, and materials. So I think we've spent a lot of time focusing on the graduation requirements, and I know earlier we were talking about where the U.S. history went, and that's actually a requirement that I'll use that that's a really good example. That's in Title 16. That's a requirement that students have both Vermont and U.S. history. And in the 2001 version of the school quality standards, that was not listed as a graduation requirement. In the 2006 school quality standards, it was listed as a graduation requirement. It specifically read 1 year of U.S. history. So it seemed really that if we're getting to the grain size of the course title, and it may happen over 2 years, it may happen over a semester, it really belonged in the curriculum and instructional section of the education quality standards. So that's one recommendation. I'm also wondering, I put forth to you folks to have the conversation, is that also an appropriate place to get much more specific about the math, as the governor had asked, that it not necessarily have to be listed in that grain size of the graduation requirements, but that it is certainly part of the curriculum requirements. So, let's see, maybe at this point I'll take a breath and ask Peter if he has anything to add.
Let me ask you one question. I'm looking on page 11, which talks about personalized learning plans. It says
Page
also-
11 of the draft
Of the
document.
draft that you sent out in advance of the meeting.
What's the section number for those of us working off a different date?
Oh, well, there's no date on this.
What's the section? Yours
It's,
says draft to some such date, but what, are you on 2120 point something or the other?
I don't have money.
Graduation requirements, it starts on 2120.8.7.
yes, and that's what I'm on, and I'm down on D.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Personalized learning plans.
Personalized learning plans, Steve.
Right.
Below the graduation requirements, yeah.
I think this is humorous, but maybe not. All students entering 7th grade shall have a personalized learning plan, which shall be a written document developed by the student, a representative of the school, and if the student is a minor.
God, I hope so.
Well, if they come in, I think that if they came in as a junior in high school, they might be 18. I think that was the, but it was a funny little,
So maybe it's all students from 7th grade up, obviously,
I think that
written
would
in a
be
better
the-
way, but not entering 7th
I
grade.
mean, my note
Yeah.
here says how many 7th graders are not minors, but,
We have one.
no, but that's, actually, you know what, Jill, that's actually.
That's an easy fix.
That's an easy fix.
and let me tell you, this is really out of my school that I would be finding things like that.
Detail, that's very good.
I mean, really, the goal is that all students in grades 7 through 12 have a personalized learning plan and that's updated annually. So we'll rewrite that.
Talk to me about the issue I raised earlier on phys ed. What does this do here that's different than, that addresses that whole issue of obesity and good health? And
Well, they have about a page and a half of recommendations they'd like to see in here. You'll see under Section 2, under the graduation requirements, that PE is still, as it was before, one of the.
One and a half.
Right.
Jill, I think one of the goals that the committee was looking at, the council in general, was to not add additional cost requirements. So right now, for example, let's just use math. 3 years of math required. Now it's going, let's assume it's going to be 3 years of specific math. You don't have to hire anyone else. The PE is 1.5 credits a year, which in high school equal 3 semesters plus health. That hasn't changed. It's what may be incorporated into those classes that may change, not necessarily adding more credits or more requirements.
And Dr. Chen referenced what they would like to see in the curriculum section, which is also something that our PE consultant, Lindsay Simpson, concurs with, about depending on the grade level, the grade spans, there are different specific minutes of physical activity. So I don't have it in front of me, but I believe it's something like in the elementary grades that would be 30 minutes a day of physical activity, whatever that capacity is. And then at the higher grades, it's 45 minutes a day. So they have that specific language they'd like to put in here, but
well, I guess I would encourage you to really look at that. I mean, I realize there's only so much time in a school day, and you were pulling at it from every different direction. But to have a public policy issue that we're also concerned about, good health, obesity, and then to have such a cutback in physical activity in school, I don't think you have to go to Harvard to figure out it doesn't make a lot of sense.
I think one of the things that struck me about this work, and we talked about this early on, was that it's the hope that this new iteration really talks about outcomes rather than inputs. And I think the current standards are all about what schools need to have in place. There's very little in the current standards about what schools need to accomplish on behalf of kids. And so I think that's one of the conversations that we still have to have in terms of physical education. you know, I can give you a lot of examples of kids going through the motions of physical education, but what are the real outcomes of being in a physical education program that are so critical? So I think that conversation has yet to come, and I know that there's a little more specificity in the language later on.
Thank you.
And just go
I would like to push that, but go ahead for.
So just when you're talking 45 minutes a day for high school students, but if they're only required for a year and a half out of 4 to be taking some sort of physical education class, where do those 45 minutes come in, and what were the recommendations, I guess? So how would that look in high school for a high school student to get daily physical education or just activity?
Sure. This is a good example where I think multiple pathways could come into play. My experience with high school students is that many high school students are doing very physical activities, but not always within a physical education class. And could we somehow look at some of those other activities? I had students who were doing taekwondo and horseback riding and other martial arts. Is there some way to look at those kinds of activities and continue to break them down into what the components parts are, and actually say that they're meeting the requirements
Give them
of the
credit
same
for
thing?
those.
Again, about outcomes rather than inputs. And I think there's some exciting opportunities when you look at the multiple pathways options that we don't even yet fully understand.
Bill?
I would like, there's somewhere in here a section that says that this will not be measured by seat time, blah, blah, blah. And what Stephen is proposing gets back to putting in some kind of time, at least as I hear.
Well, if you're
Going
gonna,
towards another point
the
here.
time that's suggested here, in my opinion, is not sufficient.
I agree.
But I also prefer what you're saying is, what are the outcomes?
Yeah.
Regardless of the time.
This is my point that I'm trying to make here, is that I don't think it's either or. I think that there is a place for input for equity reasons, and that's what Act 60 was all about, is having inputs. There's a place for opportunities to learn, which can only be defined in terms of process opportunities. And they may have to be very specific, and some places you might spell out time, but in other places you wouldn't. In other places, it's proficiencies. And I think that you need all three. And we shouldn't say it's strictly outputs, but we shouldn't exclude outputs either. But I'm just saying have all three pieces.
I think the point that Jill made earlier is something that we've said multiple times every single time we've met, and that is, how do we create as much flexibility as possible and continue to have as much rigor as possible? And finding that line between those two is going to be, I think, our greatest challenge.
Yes.
Yeah.
And ultimately, I think, at the policy level where we're at, how that often is interpreted at the local level and how it's applied may be different in your school than my school than somebody else. So that's where I still believe that there'll be that flexibility at the local level to take these standards and make them fit. Montpelier High School might be one way, Otter Valley a different way, South Burlington a third way. But ultimately, if we're looking about achieving a proficiency of some way, it doesn't have to be a class. Even though a class, as a former principal, the easiest thing for us is to just tell me 1.5 credits of PE, boom, boom, boom. I mean, from a administration of it, it's a lot easier to use the former than it is, or the latter, rather than looking at the former.
Yeah.
Convenient-wise, Bill.
In terms of management.
Yes, it is,
mean,
the convenience,
absolutely.
yes, yeah.
I think we're saying the same thing.
Yeah, I think we are, yes, yeah.
And you'll see, as far as who sets these graduation requirements, so much of the responsibility for that is still at the local level. And the, the language that we have spent a great deal of time on, which is Section C, is really about things that we would recommend to the board.
Big C.
That, under 2120.8.7,
Yeah,
graduation requirements that they, so, and then Section 1 are much more of those broad, ensuring all students have equity to these things, and yet Section 2 still leaves that up to the local comprehensive assessment system. And the setting the graduation requirements also still remains with the secondary school board. We had talked a lot about having it at the supervisory union board, and that was the language that we had put forth to you folks. I shouldn't say we, that the commission put forth to you folks. But we have since then met with the Vermont School Boards Association quite a bit, and they actually articulated that you might have a supervisory union board that either doesn't have anyone from the high school or maybe has a much smaller minority. So that is sort of a placeholder for you folks to have that philosophical discussion, because the idea would be that you would maybe want to move towards having more standardized graduation requirements across the supervisory union, rather than still allowing all schools to set their own graduation requirements. But again, that's another philosophical conversation that you folks will probably want to have. I wanted to just, before we move off the PE and the proficiency piece, one of the concerns that our PE folks have is if you require for graduation proficiency in PE as a state, that's not going to work. But currently, in the local assessment system, in your local school, you determine and you move through that as a progress. So as long as it's not saying that in order to graduate from high school, you have to have a demonstrated proficiency by some state standard, I think that we're ensuring that students.
250 push-ups.
They're much more concerned that all students get that time for physical activity, and that's why they propose that it goes in the curriculum aspect and not in the graduation requirements, if that makes sense.
Brian?
Jill, in the personalized learning plan, Stephen's joke notwithstanding, is a parent required to be involved in that along with the student and parent or?
Yes.
Well, as it's written, we would want that to be the case. And in the flexible pathways legislation that also talks about personalized learning plan, it also includes the student's parent or guardian.
I just wanted to make sure we didn't knock out the parent or legal guardian.
No.
No.
That being said, we certainly wouldn't want to have a student not be able to take advantage of parts of the dual enrollment, early college, because they don't get, they don't have that adult in their life who would support them in that.
And there's also, just as in the current language of flexible pathways, there is language, and we're working on that right now, about how do you find, it's talking about PLPs from kindergarten, first grade, I can't remember the, and maybe the PLP, and we've had some conversations around the educational organizations around the state. Should that mean really more, less around what they want to do in the future, but more about their academic and social emotional needs, to make sure that if a student is by the third grade, that there are certain things that have occurred, because it does seem counterintuitive, if you will, to have PLPs for first graders, let's say. So we have to have there has to be some justification between the two, and this time, we have 6 weeks.
And for students in K to 6, coming at this from somebody whose daughter's going into kindergarten, so I know way too much about education policy right now. It's really not helpful. The things that a teacher already knows about those kids, I mean, that there may not necessarily need to be a plan that's written down that's called a PLP, but those teachers already know those things. They have parent-teacher conferences. They have their, they have their ways of knowing that about the student without requiring a PLP. The focus in here is certainly much more on ensuring that students know about all these different opportunities and have the chance to align their high school curriculum and their time in high school to use it to the best of their abilities, so that they can open up and take advantage of more opportunities.
But I think whatever happens, we have to have the same language in the bill and in the work that the rules that the board may be passing.
Yeah.
So we have some time for that.
And let me add, too, that I think, having worked in a school that prided itself on the personal learning plan work that it had done, only to find out that there were some real serious missteps about how to go about doing that. That's Montpelier High School. One of the things that we learned is that students don't automatically know how to be advocates for themselves and how to have a voice for themselves. And so, if we did personal learning plans from a very early age, it would be very different process in kindergarten or first grade than it would be in high school, but there would be an opportunity for students to learn to become advocates, learn to find their voice, learn to think about, what they're about. And that's really, it'd be a developmental thing, but very, very important. There's no way to think that high school kids are all of a sudden going going to come by this naturally of knowing about how to find their voice. That just doesn't work that way.
Sean Marie's got her hand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, it brings up two points. I have a couple different points. One is, early on, I brought up that with this increased personalized learning plans and emphasis on working with the students, that I think we need to take a look at the ratio of guidance to students. Just like with, if you're increasing some of those health requirements, like what Dr. Chen was talking about nurses. The other thing that I guess I don't see in here under 2 is health is not listed separately. Are you considering physical education as health? In other words, it's not listed as a standalone.
No, and I think that's actually one of the VDH's recommendations, is to add it as a list here. It certainly shows up in other parts. It has its own section, 2120.8.5, and it also is in statute. It's under this course of study in subsection 906.
So these all need to line up.
So, yes. So that will,
Yeah.
I have no doubt that will get added. over.
Early on in my school board career, I had noted there was legislation maybe 15 years ago about students reading proficient by grade 3. I don't know, Mondo, where you were
There
at
is,
that
that's the
point.
100%
here
graduates by 2020, that if students have not reached third grade reading level, that there would be interventions, that the school will have interventions
Is
to
that
address
still on
that.
the book somewhere?
It is, it's actually relatively recent, from maybe 2 years ago?
2902, 2904, that range.
Yeah, there was something about that before, Shamri, but then it was reinforced in that 100% graduation by 2020 bill that,
So, you know,
That's
we're.
still in here.
Right, but we're sitting here focusing, you know, I mean, I know your work is more comprehensive, but as many have noted, in order to get to this point, it has to start much younger, you know, pre-K, K, reading by 3rd grade. So I feel like we're focusing more on just the requirements to get a diploma and not the whole child. What is it?
It's a
Is it
good
a cut
question.
score? Is it being able to put the model together? I mean, we still don't have a definition to what proficiency is in any of these categories.
Well, there are a few different, to get to your point about the 3rd grade proficiency, that's actually still under this curriculum about each school offering education in grades 3. So that language remains in here.
Okay.
The proficiency for that grade level really still rests with the local school boards, and that's,
Right.
the local comprehensive assessment
Right.
system is still a part of the education quality standards. I mean, you folks, this is state board rule, you folks could certainly change, you know, and like I said, I hope we are able to spend more time on this together as a board, and you folks have that conversation to get to that level of detail. But right now, there's still the section on the local comprehensive assessment system, which is designed and approved by the local board, aligned with the standards approved by the state board. And then in the curriculum, leadership, content, and coordination, it breaks out by various grade spans, what's expected. So proficiency for a 3rd grader, I would assume would be measured by both whatever happens in that classroom, the teacher's quizzes, weekly tests, whatever that happens to be. And also there's a separate section, the state assessment system, obviously, which is the state accountability system. So
My goal today in this process, I mean, you guys are doing a great job, is for us to quickly give you our feedback, and you take that feedback and do what you will with it. And I'm thinking in April, perhaps April and May, we actually have a longer work session when you're closer to the end. So I'm just trying to get the issues out here today, and so to alert you what are some of the things that are on our mind, and you go back and do what you will with them, and we know that we have the final say in the end. And along those lines, just very quickly, on the access to career and technical education. Page 7, section 2120.6. I have some questions, let me put it that way, that we're not giving equal access to career centers throughout the state of Vermont. If you're a sending school, you don't have the same opportunities. I'd ask you just to look at this and see if that could be beefed up and strengthened a bit. And you may disagree with me, but that's
Genuine access, you think that's not strong enough?
I think the challenge there, and one of the things that we're investigating is, does a technical program have to be housed at the Career and Tech Center? Could Montpelier, I'm just gonna use Peter's example, they have a fairly well-established program where they have a greenhouse, where they're growing vegetables and then planting them outside. Could they not have a program that would provide students with that career and technical education, just using that as an example, without having to go to Barry, to the Career and Tech Center? Now, maybe you can't.
Well, I've experienced
See,
this.
that's what I'm saying. Let's just get
Right.
the issue out
Yes,
there. Let's
yes.
not get
Well, I think,
defensive or.
but just a point, if you're gonna do that, one of the statutes is that a high school can't duplicate a
We-
course that's offered in a
Right.
tech center that's right there. So we've run into that as a high school, that
So the statute has to change. I mean, that's
Right.
one of the challenges right now. 'Cause we've had that problem with a Cisco system at, for example,
Right.
South Burlington High School, that can't qualify for career and tech.
Right.
And students can't then go there. So what we're looking to do is, how do we take this idea out of the, I think a very good idea, sincere, well-meaning, but move it now into the 21st century? Not that you can replicate a very expensive program like auto mechanics or, some of these other things, but there are,
and do business math.
there are other ones that you can do, yes, yeah.
Similarly, section 2120.8.9, curriculum leadership, content and coordination. Get down to A6, each school shall integrate technology into the curriculum. That doesn't cover it, in my opinion.
Yep.
I mean, technology is very important, so I think you need to give that some more attention. Now, don't get defensive.
No, I'm not defensive at all. I agree with you completely.
I think, just to clarify again, our primary focus has been on trying to capture the graduation requirements, and we're anxious to get into this part of the document. There's a lot of interest.
And we're trying to be helpful.
Yeah, no, it's good, it's helpful.
Bill?
Okay, along the same lines of things to look at, but I don't have an answer for today, and go figure, I suppose. Graduation requirements, student meets the requirements for graduation when blah, blah, blah. And then it goes down to literacy, mathematical reasoning, problem. Page 12 on my 322 version. It's the graduation requirements section we were just looking at, 2120.8.7.
I think it's on 10 and 11 of our draft.
Armando, what's our pass rate on 11th grade math in kneecap right now?
I'm sorry, Bill, I was talking, what was
Trying
it?
to figure page.
No, it's fine.
What's the kneecap pass rate on math at 11th grade right now?
36, okay, I know it was in the
Okay,
mid-thirties.
and we expect the SBAC to be harder, so we would expect 36% to go lower.
Yes.
Okay, and let's just say 20% for fun.
Oh, God. Sorry.
Student to meet the requirements for graduation must meet the state board standards,
Notice
which are
that
the.
Bonnie yawned during your talking, not when I was talking.
Excuse me? Grad requirements, student must meet the standards which are approved by the state board, which is the Common Core, which literally says that this test that we're saying 80% of the kids are going to flunk can't graduate.
I would say the part that you skimmed over actually has some really important language that might mitigate some of that concern.
Okay, I'm listening.
The first section of the graduation requirements makes it very clear that the secondary school board is responsible for setting graduation requirements. So that's item one. That section one,
Yep.
it doesn't say they have to demonstrate proficiency as measured by the standards. It says they demonstrate evidence of a progression through this in accordance with the standards. And then section B, the math piece, including the concepts of algebra, geometry. So this is certainly one we've spent a lot of time on. The governor made it really clear. He still thinks this is actually too vague even.
Right.
But it's all, every word in this whole section is incredibly deliberate to ensure that it is not saying that they all have to graduate, they have to pass algebra or geometry classes in order to graduate, but they need to show that they have progressed through, they have shown some growth in those concepts. So whatever the class is called, however the local board decides to measure that student's performance, they have to have been at least exposed to that and show some growth. not sure that necessarily mitigates that concern, but I certainly welcome any suggestions you have. This is trying to reconcile what we heard from IBM, what we heard from the governor, and certainly what is being asked in the Common Core with what is reasonable to expect all students to be exposed to.
Yeah, I just commend it to you to go back and look at it and think about that issue. I'm reading paragraph 1 there, and I've read it 2 or 3 times now, and I don't get that read from it, so it's unclear to me that that's what it's saying.
Yes.
Okay, going to 2128-2, and this talks about the ratio of students and teachers, and just going back to that, just to think about, there's now the trend of co-teaching, and how does it play into a teacher's numbers? So last year, I was with a team, and we had 90 students that we shared, and then we each had additional 30. And so the English teacher, he really had 120 students, but because they used the ratio that he only has half the students technically. So just thinking about that co-teaching and how do you use that for coming up with a count. And then also just looking, if we're having these personal learning plans and we're trying to create assessments that are more authentic, that we're trying to create experience that's more authentic, 150 students per teacher, just to look at that ratio, because that's, I mean, I'm just thinking right now, I think my highest I've had is 135, and you really have to start making compromises as soon as you get higher, and do you assign less rigorous writing assignments, because how do you grade 135 of them? So just keeping that ratio in mind, and then the co-teaching numbers in mind, and defining what is co-teaching, what does that count towards your number?
And I'm glad you brought that up, because one of the process points that I should always make before anybody starts digging into this is that the pieces that are not underlined and in red were actually our existing policy.
Right.
So that's actually what's currently on the books
Right.
now.
Think
You know, this
something we
came
could
up with
look
the
at.
School Boards Association, where there was something in here that one of the board members said, we don't do this now. So another helpful thing that would come out of this is to really make this truly applicable and useful to the field, and not have it just be something that is not necessarily helpful.
Jean Marie.
Which has exactly to do with that same section exactly in C. Currently, this is what's here, and this is what's often written into contracts and whatnot in terms of high schools. What I'm finding over the last 5 years is that science teachers are expected to have writing assignments, that history teachers, so why would you single out the English language arts teachers not to exceed 100 and not just have it at every teacher? Because it's not really what's expected in this, at this time in education anymore. We expect everybody to be teachers of reading, of teachers of writing, and this really singles them out, and it actually causes consternation in setting schedules in a high school, not to mention that it's not reality anymore.
I think the reason is that even though you're right, things have changed, the bulk of the writing still occurs in the reading, in the English classes, social sciences, I'm saying the bulk, and there's an exception for every rule. But right now, if we change that, then that would have a indirect impact on budgets. If we went from whatever that number is down to, let's say, 100, using 100 as the standard, that will have, not in most schools, because we,
I would argue with you with the way our enrollment's
sure you would
declining,
argue
that
with
there may be 2 schools in the state that might hit this number.
I just heard from Katie that she had, Krista, excuse me, I just heard from Krista that she had 130.
The 135 is my max that I've had of students, and even
And
right
what do you
now.
teach?
At South Burlington High School.
No, what?
So I'm a social studies teacher.
Not an English teacher.
I team with an English teacher, so I grade as many essays. I actually grade more already. But anyways, so I digress.
Case in point.
But so right now, currently, I have just shy of 100 students, and that's one of my lightest loads I've ever had. It's because our classes went from 45 students to 35 for our team taught, so that we were able to cut some of those numbers. So last year, it was much more.
Stacy.
And I just think to underscore what Jean Marie just said, I think as we're looking at flexible learning and personalized learning plans, I think we'll see more and more authentic writing and reading assignments in math and science, and more crossing. So I think teachers will be maybe in some unfamiliar territory as they try to create learning plans where students are best able to demonstrate what it is that they do know. So that might be something else to.
So Jill, have we given you enough information for
I've
today?
got one more.
And, all right, Bill?
Last page, 2122.2. You don't really address the question of what if a school is not meeting the educational quality standards for some length of time? There's a statute on that which gives some broad authority. Were you just leaving that to the statute, which is fine with me, or were you going to do something with it here?
That's a
I
good
don't
question.
care which way
Should
it
pull that
goes.
out in front of
Good
you folks
question.
and have that.
We hadn't thought about the statute, changing the statute, Bill, but I think it is a question that probably should be discussed by the committee.
Yeah, it's a-
Or even the, whatever the parameters are in the statute, put it here as well.
Yeah, and
Or
that's essentially what was here
Yes.
before.
So then when
Yes.
you're reading one document,
That's
you
right,
go.
something, that's a
Yep,
good point.
okay.
Yep.
Okay? Thank you.
Thanks, Jill.
And we really, I mean, it seems like we've been nothing but critical, but we really
Oh,
appreciate
this has
all
been a
your-
pleasant surprise today, I have to say.
Well, wait a minute, you're not done. We've got here until June, so.
Well, Jill and I were talking earlier. Actually, it was really helpful to hear all of the other presentations
Yeah.
because there is such an overlap and a connectedness, and it provided really good context. So it was good.
So that's a compliment to the chair to having the wisdom and the vision to see that this
Good
all would
thinking.
have
Putting
worked out.
Great thinking.
Yeah.
Thank you
We're
very
going to
much.
take a 5-minute recess. It's going to be really quick, and we're coming back, and then we're going to hear Next Generation.
They'll
And
appreciate it.
we need to be out, ladies, we need to be out of here at 3, and we've got a little work to do after you. So if we don't get through your entire presentation today, we'll invite you back. How's that? 15 minutes, that would be appreciated. If we don't cover it all, then we'll put you on the agenda for the next
Oh,
meeting.
they'll be back again anyway, I
Okay,
think.
all right,
That's in the plan.
all right. Why don't you introduce yourselves and proceed as you will?
I'm Tom Alderman. I'm the Director of the Secondary and Adult Division, and I oversee this part of our work around the Next Generation Science Standards. Gail Hall is our Secondary Science Consultant. Kathy Renfrew is our Elementary Science Consultant, and they've taken the lead on Next Generation Science Standards, and they're going to tell you what that's about. The intention is just a brief introduction. You'll be able to continue the conversation this summer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. We provided a handout for you. Well, first of all, we're very excited to be here because the initiation of science standards is an exciting time for us. Science education is near and dear to our hearts, and science learning for students. We gave you a statement of some of the why, some of the reasons this has happened, as to give you background so that we wouldn't necessarily have to talk about that today. And what we'd like to chat with you about today is a little bit of the what, about what these new science standards are, how they're going to be a little different from what's happening in classrooms now, and then we can begin to project about what we need to do to help support teachers as they work with them. So, Kathy?
The Next Generation Science Standards is a state-led initiative that is very separate from the Common Core, but it's actually deeply entwined with the Common Core. There's inclusion of the Next Generation Science Standards themes. We have included them in our recent regional training meetings around the Common Core. There's a shift, and a big shift in terms of science is the inclusion and the connections with the mathematics and literacy. And it was very intentional that it was done that way. I think they realized how important it is for teachers to really look at the student and the curriculum as a whole piece and not separate out into isolated boxes. So those skills that are going to be applied for science also need to be applied in ELA and mathematics.
And in the science document itself, there is actual reference to Common Core standards for mathematics, Common Core standards for English language arts that can be correlated with specific science pieces. We were part of 26 states. We were one of 25 other states that helped in the development of this process of these standards. And we've involved a lot of folks in Vermont. In December 2011, and this is on the timeline that we also sent you, we established a review team, and that consisted of about 35 folks from around the state. A lot of them were teachers, elementary, middle, and high school teachers, but many of them were also folks in the workforce. We had IBM representation. We had higher education representation. We had technical school teacher representation. And we had some of the informal education organizations around the state. From Vermont Technical College, we had a workforce director who was able to guide us in some of the decisions that we had. So we had 5 sessions with members of this review team, and in those 5 sessions, we reviewed various iterations of these standards as they came through during the year. We'd review them, they'd go back and they'd be reworked, and then they'd come back again. Also during this time, there were 2 all-state reviews for the public. And these were electronic reviews where students, teachers, parents, anyone in the state could go online and review that stage of the standards and give their input. There was one in October and one in January. We were told that after the first review, about 90% of the standards that were there were at least tweaked or modified on the basis of what people said. So we were really encouraged that these standards were reflecting the views of people around the country as they put in their input.
Okay, there is a shift in these new standards, especially at the elementary level, which actually is pretty exciting for me. But they've now been developed for each grade level. They were in grade bands, and sometimes that was difficult as a classroom teacher. So in terms of implementation, the fact is that shift is a really good piece. The other shift that the Next Generation Science Standards deals with is that it's really dealing with the integrated nature of science. So it's dealing with the content, the disciplinary core ideas. It's dealing with the inquiry, but in a little different way through the science and engineering practices. And it's really talking about the cross-cutting concepts, the big ideas. One of the things that's really important to me is to really help teachers understand that the standard isn't just one little piece of a performance expectation. It's all those 3 pieces that I just finished talking about. Just a real quick example is I was just thinking, I know of a place where we worked on trying to become designated as a tree city or a tree town. Well, the students were a huge piece of that, and that project really did encompass all of those pieces that I just talked about: content, practices, and big ideas.
Okay. So unlike the elementary, which does have standards at every grade, in middle level, 6-8, and that's a change from the way we have our grade expectations now. Right now we're K5, K4, but in this program it would be K5 for elementary, 6-8 for middle, and 9-12 for high school. And in the middle and in high school, the standards are organized by cluster. So there are clusters of standards for 6-8 and clusters of standards for 9-12. That still allows for this progression of learning that Kathy's talking about. The shift, however, is for a deeper understanding. The content pieces aren't all that different from the science content that's being addressed now. But what is different is the way that it needs to be addressed, with more opportunity for students to dig in and think more deeply about those concepts, to do more contemplative thinking about them and reason. Another piece that makes it challenging is the shift that the practices are integrated with the content. So these 3 pieces, the content, the practices such as inquiry learning and engineering design practices, and the big concepts that Kathy was talking about, big ideas like change over time or systems, can be an umbrella concept that encompasses these standards that helps students kind of get a handle on it and have it be real for them in their everyday life. So another piece about this is that the science, as we've seen them so far, can provide a tremendous place for application of some of the mathematics and English language arts standards that we've seen before. We can't do mathematics in a vacuum, and science provides a context in which mathematics can be addressed in a meaningful way, and data can be analyzed, and conclusions can be drawn. And one of the emphases of these standards is that they are for all students, that the standards that have been designed were put out there to be goals for all students, all ability levels, in all the states that tend to adopt them. Okay.
So my last point here, and then Gail will finish up, is that the Next Generation Science Standards really does look again at that integration of content, scientific and engineering practices for all students, as well as the communication piece that we talked about. But the communication piece has a shift also, as it does in the Common Core. Speaking and listening is a huge shift in terms of what our expectations are for students. And it's important that they have it in science, they have it in social studies, they have it in health, they have it in mathematics, all across the concepts. And I was just thinking a little bit about your grade 3 in terms of reading, and I have to put in this little plug, is science is often the way to help those struggling learners. That can be the hook to bring those kids in, especially at the elementary level. And that's my little plug for science.
And I'm just going to take a minute to talk about one of the big shifts that's in this, and it's the inclusion of engineering practices and design. The idea of engineering, you heard the folks from IBM mention this, of course. Engineering design is a way of thinking. It's a way of approaching a problem, identifying a problem, working it through, looking back and say, is this the best solution? How can we revise it? That whole cycle of thinking is called engineering design. And engineering design is intentionally included in these standards. And that would also include these math connections. And I have one little story to tell you about a school in Reading, elementary school.
They all were.
That is a little.
You're right, a school doesn't come up that he wasn't somehow.
It's a small state. I've been here 35 years.
Well, you've never been involved in Newfane, I know that.
No, but I was Windsor County's as close as I got to Windsor County.
Sorry, madam.
That's okay. So in Reading School, they were faced with a problem. And the 5th grade teacher there took this problem to her class of students. And the problem was that their playground was infested with poison ivy around the perimeter. And if they lost a ball, it went into the poison ivy and the kids couldn't go there. The students it was verboten, they were forbidden to go there. So they felt like their whole play area was being reduced because of the growth of this poison ivy. So the 5th grade teacher took this challenge to her 5th grade students, and the students talked about it, and the teacher confided in me that she really vowed that whatever the kids came up with, she was planning to do because they had spent so much time considering alternatives. Their first alternative was that they would pour hot water on the poison ivy, and so they talked that through and realized, no, maybe that wouldn't be feasible. It wouldn't be safe for students to be transporting the hot water. And then they took it to community members and other folks and parents who had talked with them, and they had discussions, and the kids came back and they decided on their final solution, which was that they had a local farmer who was willing to allow them to use his 3 goats. And the 3 goats were brought in, and they ate the poison ivy, and the area was then clear, and the students had a place where their playground could be expanded. This is an example of engineering thinking that's already happening and that's absolutely very possible within classrooms. And we're hoping that these standards will foster that kind of innovation, that kind of application in a local environment. Those students will never forget that process. They will never forget what they went through and the learning that went on as they did it.
How did they know that goats couldn't get poison ivy by eating it?
I don't know how they knew that. They may have done some,
I'm not sure
they
that's
did a
even
lot of
true.
research. They did a lot of research, and they may have been able to determine that through the internet. Perhaps the farmer who owned them might have known. But this problem is not completely solved. As a matter of fact, they're now looking at the future and sustainability of it, and they're looking again at how they can keep this situation under control so that they can have their full playground. But this is engineering thinking, and it's intentional engineering thinking that a teacher was able to provide for students. So we're hoping that through these standards, we can provide more of these opportunities where they can integrate the content of what they've learned with the problem-solving process and with the engineering thinking to bring about some real innovation and creativity in the classrooms.
One quick question. So what's the process here? Once you've revised these standards, are they adopted by the agency, or do you need to bring them to the board?
The final version of the standards should be ready early April.
Yes.
And when you'll have the opportunity to discuss them in further detail, and as with the Common Core standards, the presumption is that you would decide to approve or not approve.
And
these
can we just approve or send them back to you or whatever, or does it have to go through the rulemaking process? I'm looking at Counselor over there because
I don't think it rises to the level of needing to go through rulemaking, but I'll look into that.
So
Thank
we're-
you.
We're very excited about it, though.
Well, you sounded, and it's,
Exciting.
And we're hoping to come back to visit with you in June and provide you with more information. And I just wanted to give a little advertisement. On Thursday, the 28th of this week, from 3 to 4, the National Association of State Boards of Education is providing a webinar on NGSS science for you folks to take a look at.
Could you let us know that? We'll send it out to the board maybe so that they can. They got it through.
You should have gotten
Okay.
an email from them, so we're just
The
going
second
to
email.
remind you to take a look at your emails and look for that, and we can answer more questions and talk with you more in June.
And I think one of the points that you're making, I think is really it's that applied learning, hands-on, kids really experience science. And just as an aside, adult goats can eat poison ivy as long as that's not the only thing that they're being fed.
Yes, so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Armando.
any other business to come before the board, I would entertain a motion to adjourn, but let me just remind everybody that once we adjourn, we sit here for a few minutes and talk about the agenda for the next meeting, and I've got a couple of other items to bring up too, but it doesn't need to be official. So is there a motion to been made to adjourn, been seconded, and by Brian Vachon, and Brian, this may be your last meeting, I don't know.
Think it is.
But thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned.